Welcome to the DisplayShelf Podcast. During the first section of the podcast, Garrett forgot to turn off his speakers, like a fool, causing an echo for the first 12-ish minutes of the podcast. It gets fixed later on. Apologies for the extra noise and enjoy the show.
I look up, walking past. Hatsune Miku, what are you doing here? Hello and welcome to the DisplayShelf Podcast. I'm your host, Isaac, joined by my co-hosts, Garrett.
Hola.
And Jacob.
Good evening, good evening. Hello there.
Hello there.
General Kenobi. Anyway.
So, we are recording this on the Sunday before, but this episode should be releasing on the 4th of July, so to our American audience, happy 4th of July. Hope it's filled with lots of friends, family, good food, good stuff. And to those outside of the U.S., or to those
happy
who don't
Friday.
Choose to celebrate, happy Friday.
Happy
Hope
Friday.
you're looking forward to a good weekend. Or if you're listening to this post 4th of July, hope you had fun.
Yeah.
Hope
there was lots of hot dogs and hamburgers and barbecue and fireworks. And let's hope that you still have all 10 of your fingers.
But if you don't, we understand.
Yeah, I mean, stuff happens when it comes to fireworks. You can never predict these things.
Indeed. Speaking of fireworks, we have a special flashy episode for you guys today. We here at the DisplayShelf Podcast took a little bit of a road trip the other week. If you listen to our previous episode, we did make mention of it, but we went to Smackdown, WWE Friday Night Smackdown, a couple weeks back. And we're here to talk about our trip, the actual show, but also, as we are toy collectors, we made a couple stops along the way.
A couple? Yeah.
Yeah,
just two.
Maybe a little more than a couple.
It's all right.
It's part of the experience. I mean,
It is.
It's what we do. That one hurt.
Yeah, that one did kind of hurt, but we'll get into it.
We'll get there. However, before we get into that whole trip, we are actually going to bypass the collection check-in. I know that's pretty crazy because we've kind of set that as our intro segment for the past 7 episodes, so we're kind of going against the grain here. But we're going to bypass that for now. And so we're just going to jump into our other intro segment. What have you guys been watching? Or consuming, playing, reading, whatever this segment's devolved to?
I can start if we want.
Please.
yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So, I've had a lot of time with Legos recently, as we'll get into. And so I've just been watching I've put some things on to kind of watch while I'm building Legos. One of which being the Spider-Man, the animated series from the 90s. That has been fun.
Heck yeah.
It's just not, it's nice. It's like, it's Spider-Man, it gets pretty good. I also did watch the first 3 episodes of Ironheart, which dropped this week. And I was very pleasantly surprised for something that, frankly, I didn't realize was coming out already. It is
They
pretty
really just
good.
kind of shadow dropped it, didn't they?
They really did, and I don't like that because it's a good, solid story. I think thus far, I should say, with some interesting characters and some things that, if you stop and think about it, could have like giant MCU ramifications. Depending on directions that they went with AI and things like that. So
Interesting.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. I'll say I'm thinking if there's anything negative about it. I can't really think of anything, honestly. So there you go. Ironheart.
Interesting. I'll have to get around to that one.
Yeah. It's good. It seems kind of long, but it is pretty good. And then I just finished sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I was with you with it, just like not knowing it was coming out. I knew it was supposed to come out sometime this summer, but I didn't realize it was now. And then all of a sudden, I'm seeing commercials for it on TV, and I'm like, oh yeah, they probably should have run those commercials a couple months ago, or at least a month ago.
Right. I mean, I remember seeing a trailer for it, but I don't remember any kind of date on it, and I didn't think it was this close. And maybe part of that is I'm at the point where like time is moving at a very quick pace, and I don't know what day it is most of the time, but like, you know.
Summer's flying.
You've never said anything more real in your entire life.
I mean, you know, I had
to question what day it was today at work. I was like,
yeah, man.
What?
Every day I have to.
Real.
Yeah, every day I got to stop and think to myself, oh my gosh, what day is it? But like, I don't know, advertising for movies and television within the past couple of years has been really weird. I was just watching a video about the movie Transformers 1. Yeah. The animated one with Chris Hemsworth and like Keegan-Michael Key and all of that. And how it was like they put out the first trailer and it was kind of bad. Like the trailer had like all the bad parts of the movie.
Yeah, I kind of remember that because I remember seeing that trailer and being like, wow, I'm not going to go see that.
Right, when it's like easily the best Transformers movie that we've gotten, except for maybe 84, but that might just be my nostalgia talking, you know? Yeah, I mean, but it's like that one, it's like you saw that first trailer and then I didn't really see any commercials for it. I didn't see any advertisement for it other than toys. But, you know, not everybody's looking at the toy aisle, but maybe.
Right.
It should be.
It should be.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't marketed toward me, though, and that could be another thing. But this freaking microphone just fell, so sorry, headphone users. Yeah, I don't know. But the marketing for Ironheart has been kind of weird to me. Like, I didn't even know that the Hood was a character in it until I started watching the show. So, interesting.
Interesting indeed.
Indeed. I did, and we'll talk about procurement of these and things like that, but I did just finish volume 1 of the Image Comics Transformers run. And boy, that is pretty good. It is dark, especially on the scale of Transformers, but it is pretty good. So there you go.
Nice.
Nice.
I do love me a darker story.
It's like surprisingly dark. Like there were multiple times when I looked at it and I was like, oh, cool. We're doing that with the talking robots.
Talking robots that can turn into vehicles.
Right. And like, I mean, I'll use this example and it's only minorly spoilery, but there's one point where they're trying. The whole first 6 issues is the Autobots and Decepticons waking up after landing on Earth. And they're trying to just basically like wake up and I don't want to use the phrase resurrect because I don't know if they're necessarily dead. I don't understand Transformer physiology and things like that. But they're trying to like wake up all of the Autobots and Decepticons, and there's this cool issue or scene or whatever. The volume is not broken up into issues, so it's really, I don't know, weird. But there's this really cool scene where it's like, okay, Teletram 1, the big computer in the sky, elects to wake Optimus Prime and Starscream. And so they have to basically duke it out to try and get the computer to wake up their buddies and all of this other stuff. That way they can have the numbers on their side. But eventually, Starscream ends up at the Ark and like repurposes one of his like dead Decepticons into the computer, and I'm like, what? That's messed up.
That's metal.
I was literally about to say that's metal.
That's
literally metal also.
Widowy.
It's
widowy metal.
That's great. But yeah, that's all for me. Oh, and Police Simulator on Game Pass. I started playing that. It's fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what is it? You're playing what simulator?
Police Simulator. It's just like traffic cop stuff.
Hey. There you go.
Yeah, the most eventful thing that I've done on that game, other than just parking tickets, is I arrested somebody for DUI. So that was about it.
Nice.
Yeah,
hey,
phenomenal.
You can't let him roam the streets.
It was a lady, actually.
Oh, you can let her roam the streets.
No, absolutely not.
You did the right thing, you know.
I don't know how she got crashed into, though, but I didn't really,
Several questions.
When I find a pound of Mary Jane in the car, I mean,
Yeah,
in the game.
no getting around that one.
Is Police Simulator? Is that the one? Wait, no, that must be everyone. But like, it's like there's one where like you check them at the border or something like that, and you have to like.
Oh yeah.
Let them go through.
Oh, is that the one where it's like where you're checking for like the zombie apocalypse virus or something?
I don't know, but I think there's one where like.
No, I know the one he's talking about. It's like a Russia. Like Russia,
yeah.
Is that right?
I think
that's what you're talking about.
Like whoever's like, you gotta like go through the checklist and like if they're allowed in or if they're not allowed in or if they're trying to get in illegally or whatever. Like I can't remember.
Yeah.
But
What's that called?
I don't know, but
that's gonna bug me.
I've seen that. I've seen that before, but I don't know what it's
Border
called.
Patrol, I think is what it's called.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I could be entirely wrong, but that sounds right.
It sounds right to me.
Right.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, I'm
going to confidently potentially be wrong. So
there's worse things to be.
That's true.
Unconfidently wrong.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Jacob, what have you been watching this week?
Well, a couple things. First off, Netflix has a documentary that came out a while ago about the former mayor of Toronto, Rob Ford, and his various controversies and the kind of person he was. And it spawned a meme that I remember seeing that I did not know that he was a source of, which was kind of funny to see that in action. See him say that, and I thought it was doctored footage, but it was actually real footage that they included in the documentary, so it made it even better. I also watched the documentary about the Astroworld concert with Travis Scott.
Yes.
That one was pretty interesting. I didn't really know much about the incident. I don't really know much about Travis Scott, so it was kind of interesting to see that. And I started the Osama bin Laden American Manhunt documentary, the first episode of that, which is kind of interesting so far to watch that one. It seems like it's really, really professionally done. I like that one a lot. And then I've been trying to get into other stuff. I'm trying to start to watch Tires on Netflix. It's a comedy with Shane Gillis.
Oh, that one.
Oh yeah, I've seen some clips of that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, no, that one's good. If you're into that Shane Gillis sense of humor, you're gonna love that show.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot for sure. It's definitely like it's pretty funny, and Shane's a pretty funny dude. So I've enjoyed that.
Yeah, I will say that the second season is better than the first.
Oh, well, that's good news.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where in comedy you find the comedic stride as you go along. Like Griff and I were just having this conversation about Curb Your Enthusiasm, and how it's like, yeah, season 1 is really funny, but by the time you get to the end, it's just hysterical.
Well, that's great. I'm glad it's going to keep getting better and better because I've enjoyed it so far, and got a ways to go. But it's been pretty a fun watch. I'm still looking for more stuff. I guess I do have other streaming services that I can try out, but I'm still trying to find something that really sticks.
Absolutely.
Because I don't know. I just feel like even if I want to try watching it like a normal show, like that's like a couple seasons. I feel like a lot of the new ones are, I don't know, just not my thing. Right? Maybe I just had to get into them more. But yeah.
Yeah, like I've been thinking of trying to find a drama, and I just keep looking at them, and I'm just like, I don't want to get into another show at this point.
Yeah, I go to the
just
top
not into
10
it.
shows. Like if I go to top 10 shows, like on Netflix, I'm like, none of them really scream my name. You know, it's like, so I'm kind of like, I gotta look around deeper. But it's really not been, it's been solid. There's been some good stuff. I'm kind of just keeping an eye on it. There's some wrestling documentaries that I could watch, sports ones, but I think I can only watch so much of sports documentaries before I'm like, okay, I'm sported out for the day.
Yeah, it's like I get it.
That's fair. Yeah. Go watch Dark Side of the Ring. If you can get hours of it on Vice, it's great.
Okay, on Vice. Okay. I keep getting recommended Mr. McMahon, but I think that's going to be a lot of crazy stuff in that one.
I haven't gone and watched that one yet. I think I've watched the first episode of it, and it's like, how do I phrase this? You can tell that WWE was involved in the production of that. And that's kind of about the way that certain things are depicted. Yeah. Yeah. I think then a lot of the other stories and things like that. I think some of the interviews with him are very interesting, especially with the benefit of hindsight, because most of them were taped before the current legal situations that he's facing, which I'm not going to comment on at this stage. But yeah.
Okay. Is there a Vice? Is it the Vice Sports, right? And then is there like subscription for it?
I don't know if it's on there. I know it's on Hulu if you've got that, and then I've been watching it with Disney Plus through Hulu, or however that thing works, where you can like watch Hulu's library through the Disney Plus app, which is, I don't necessarily know if it's better than the Hulu app, but it's different.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that's good. That's good to know. I have to keep my eye on that.
Yeah. Hey, what's the name of that documentary about the Ford guy? Because I just looked up his Wikipedia, and I'm very interested.
Let's see. Let me find out.
Yeah, and while you're looking for that, Isaac. Wait, are you?
Yeah.
Jacob, was that everything?
Yeah. Yep. TV wise, yep. That's what I've been watching. That covered all my bases.
Good stuff. Isaac, what have you been watching?
All right, so just got a few to pick from here, not too many, and I don't even mean that to sound sarcastic. I've just been like not watching a whole lot as of late. So I did see the new entry into the John Wick movie franchise called Ballerina, starring Ana de Armas, in the theater last week, 2 weeks ago. At this point, I'm not entirely sure when I saw it. Time, like we said in the intro, time doesn't exist.
Time is a flat circle.
Indeed.
Time is a construct of human perception.
Okay, let's not get too,
I'm kidding.
We're getting crazy up in here. But yeah, so I saw Ballerina. Solid movie. Very, very entertaining to watch. Some of the story, I'm like, okay, that's a little weird, especially for a John Wick movie. I guess it's not really a John Wick movie, but it, same universe, similar characters, the works. So it was kind of weird that they went the route that they did there. But other than that, it featured one of the action scenes near the end. I'll say this because the people that have seen the movie know what I'm talking about. It's fire ooze. And there is a direct correlation to those words, or at least one of those words. Yeah, it's
Fire
a big flamethrower fight.
Oh, okay, all right, that's cool.
It's awesome the way it's shot and everything. Like, there's one particular scene that it's like an overhead shot, and that's all I'll say. But yeah, that's awesome. I would say if I had to rank it with the other John Wick movies, I'd put it smack dab in the middle. So,
oh, okay.
And I'm a big fan of all four of those movies. Or four of those other movies. Now there's 5, but
right.
So being put in the middle isn't like a disservice to Ballerina. Other than Ballerina, I have just recently, actually, I got caught back up on watching this anime called The Apothecary Diaries, which was airing, I think it started in the winter and carried through till spring. And I think the last episode, or the lead up to the last episode, is coming out on Friday or today or whenever. Something like that. And that the tail end of season 2, which is where they're at this point, is kind of nuts. The show was already great, and I highly recommend watching it. It's just a brief synopsis. It takes place in like hundreds of years ago, China, and this girl who is like really good with, apothecary stuff, really good at making medicine. It's kind of what she hyper focused on, and her dad's a doctor and whatnot, so she's really good at it. She gets adopted by the rear palace, the emperor's rear palace, to become like a servant and whatnot, and using her smarts with the apothecary stuff, she gets kind of in with the higher ups a little bit and solves mysteries and deals with problems, and there's so much more that goes into it, but it's really good. And then the tail end of season 2, just like chef's kiss. There's actually a piece of soundtrack in, I want to say it was episode 47, that gave me goosebumps. So,
oh wow,
that's been great. And then just this weekend, starting on Thursday, was, I don't know if you, or I know you probably don't, but the Call of Duty esports championship, so like the playoffs and the big one, started on Thursday and ended, as of the time of recording, about 3 hours ago. Back to back, baby. Optic took the W in fairly dominant fashion. They're my team, so I spent a lot of time watching that, and for like 2 hours at work today, I was basically doing nothing but watching that. And so yeah, right now I'm super hyped because they're my boys, and it was a rough season for them. Started off really bad, had a lot of turmoil. They might not have even qualified. Like,
oh wow,
it was very, very close to them not qualifying for the tournament. And then they came in, battered the number 2 seed, battered the next team they played, who I think were the number 3 seed, battered the next team they played, and then the final was fairly close. I think they won 5-3 in a best of 9 series. But yeah, that was insane. The turnaround that they had from the last major tournament, where I think they placed low, to now where they were just destroying everybody, was awesome. So yeah, back to back.
That's awesome.
And then with the Switch 2, I started a playthrough of Pokemon Violet because I never played through that one. I was a Scarlet main. Because I want to shiny hunt some of the exclusives in that game. So I figured, why not, with the updated graphics, the updated, the game actually runs properly. Why not make a run through it?
Runs so much better.
It's so much better. It's night and day difference. I've looked back at gameplay from the Switch 1 and I'm like, how did I even manage to play this? It's crazy.
Yeah, I can never go back now.
I can't go back.
No chance. Oh,
So
and
yeah.
update. It's called Trainwreck Mayor of Mayhem.
I am definitely watching that. I was just looking at his Wikipedia page, and yeah, it seems pretty wild. I'm in for a wild ride there.
You'll enjoy it. It's on Netflix. It should be one of the top recommendations too if you search it up.
Is it new?
Yeah, it came out this year.
Oh, okay.
Came out. Let's see what it came out. What was the date?
I'm like writing stuff down, and I'm not able to write and spell properly today, so it's great. It's wonderful.
That is relatable. That's me every day, to be honest.
Feel that hard.
Yeah, Trainwreck has an A in it, I think.
Came out,
Yes, it
came out
does.
June
That's how you
17th.
spell train.
Came out June 17th, so yeah, pretty recently.
That's
10 or less than.
Yeah, awesome. Great. Well, we've got a lot of personal experiences to talk about next. That sounded bad.
It sure did, especially when we're talking about a trip that three guys just took.
Yep. Well, we went to watch wrestling in we're talking about it, Grand Rapids, Michigan, and it was fun.
That was a blast.
It really was. Where do we
grand.
start here?
I think we should do the store pickups and everything and kind of leave SmackDown for the main event.
Yeah.
So just kind of go in like chronological order of where we went.
Sure.
That work?
Works with me.
Cool.
Who's we didn't plan this ahead of time. Who's driving the bus?
So on our way to SmackDown, on our way to Grand Rapids, we of course were like, oh, we'll take a slight detour through this town, which has a GameStop, Walmart, and a Target, all within a fair vicinity of each other.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of on the way, a little out of the way, but we'll stop there anyways.
Yeah, it was on the way. Mostly.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Just maybe like a 10-minute detour.
Maybe. Perhaps.
Maybe.
Perchance, even.
Yeah. Anyway.
So our first stop. Oh yeah, and.
Oh, I was gonna say, and we found some good stuff.
Oh, we found some good stuff. That place hit
pretty good.
Or it sure did. I think for you more than Jacob and I, but I think
part of that is because I have a problem.
This is true.
Collect a multitude of things. But the two things that I found over there that I had not found anywhere else was a Marvel Legends retro carded Green Goblin, which was super good to find because not even gonna lie, it was in the cart for Hasbro Pulse.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. So like that was nice to be able to find in the wild because I didn't even know that they were like at brick and mortar stores. And then finally, the retro carded, a lot of retro card, G.I. Joe Classified Series Dr. Mindbender, which I am so happy that I got because I was looking for that one. Didn't even know that wave was out yet, so nice to see.
W pickup.
Indeed. They had the whole wave, but I elected to impose some self-control.
Probably smart, considering we then went to a wrestling show, which was not cheap.
And some other places that were
some other
definitely not
places
cheap.
that were, yeah, definitely not cheap.
Definitely not cheap. And I did not cheap out.
No.
And we found Destined Rivals.
We found Destined Rivals, yeah. The Target that we stopped in, for some reason, just had... they had 2 packs, or it was 2 of the... what do they call those with the...
Clusters?
Yeah. I think, right? Yeah, something like that. The single pack that's got the cardboard casing around it. They had 2 of those hanging up on a peg. And so Jacob and I just looked at each other. We were like, I'll get one, you get the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were like, cool. Job done, mission accomplished. And we walk back towards, the wrestling figures and whatnot. And just hanging out on a random, end cap shipper was just a bunch more Destined Rivals cards. We're just like so confused. What, why are these here?
I know. It was weird. It was
because they're supposed to keep them back behind the counter.
Yeah, our Target does, which is great, which makes sense.
It does make sense, but it was weird for them to just be hanging out. And, we were good Samaritans, and we followed the rules of the Target where, 2 per person. So we both got 2 packs.
Yes. And please lead by example. Please. Take only 2 if it says to take only 2. Do not take more and ruin it for everybody else. Because then we're going to go down to 1 and then none.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with this black and white set that's coming out. Oh gosh.
Oh boy. Have fun finding that.
Yeah. Maybe in 3 years.
Hey, we found Destined Rivals. Anything's possible.
We found Destined Rivals. That's true. And within a month or so of it releasing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It felt suspicious.
Meanwhile, some other sets took a little bit longer to find. Possible foreshadowing there.
Yes.
Just a wee bit.
Indeed.
Just a wee bit. At that Target, I also picked up a little Tinkatuff plushie, or Tink plushie, because Danger Child is cool.
Indeed.
I think that's all we did for getting or going on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
We hit the Target, hit the Walmart.
The Walmart did. It was really weird because this was the next town over and not the town that we usually talk about when it was the next town over. They had a lot of old stuff.
Oh, that's where they had the old figure that didn't have a display.
Yeah.
It wasn't a clear package. It was just the package, which was
Right.
old.
Yeah, it was weird because they were having some 2021. What was that one? Oh, it was the Din Djarin and the Imperial disguise.
Right.
And the packageless packaging, and we still had the GameStop had Gore, Marvel Legends Gore from Love and Thunder, and I was like, that was before they even started moving to the packageless packaging, the plasticless packaging.
Packageless packaging.
Packageless packaging.
Here's the figure just hanging by his arm on the shelf.
Yeah. He's just there. He's hanging on.
How's it hanging?
It's fine with me. I throw all the package away anyway.
Understandable.
Fair.
Indeed.
So I think the next place we stopped, I'm gonna let you take the reins on, Garrett, because this is kind of one of your places. If I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, this was a fun time. So
There is one more thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Remember at Walmart we did try the new Summer Freeze Mountain Dew.
That's right.
Yes, and
okay.
we do like talking about drinks on this podcast.
We do.
See episode 6.
Right.
Yes. There's also another point that I'm going to make too. Well, actually, and I tried the Dynamita things. They were pretty good. You had those like the little beef jerky things that were like ranch.
We stopped for lunch at the
Yeah.
Walmart is what happened.
Yes.
It was cheaper than anything else.
Indeed.
No, I'm in retrospect, I'm sad I didn't pick up the dragon fruit one because I can't find it now.
Oh yeah.
Because apparently, I did not know that was a Walmart exclusive. I did not know that.
Huh.
And they had them at that Walmart. And then I went to our Walmart multiple times, and I could not find it.
Well, our Walmart doesn't have nothing.
Yeah.
Also
Walmart
true.
stinks.
Also true. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to say. I just had to talk about that because that was a important taste test.
It was indeed.
Indeed. Yeah, so now I talk. So after a pretty decent drive, we checked into our hotel, which was very nice in downtown. Nice little walk to the arena, all of that fun stuff. Grand Rapids is nice in that way that you can just kind of do that, you know? You can get a hotel while you're down there and you just walk to the arena and restaurants and stuff like that, so...
Yeah, it's one of those downtowns where it feels fairly busy, but it's not, it's not a Chicago. It's not something like
Detroit.
that. Like it's right. But it's still like, it feels like a downtown, but it's not. Everything's walkable. Everything's,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where I'm trying to go with this, but
It's not terribly congested. It's not terribly... There wasn't a lot of traffic.
No, there wasn't.
At least
but it
there
has
in
the
that
allure
area.
of a downtown.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very...
Like an older style downtown, we'll put it that way.
And yet
Which
I feel
is
like
great.
the populace was very young. The populace.
Yeah.
Look at me using big words.
Populous. Come on, this is the Display Shelf Podcast. We don't use big words here.
We
don't know what they mean.
Why use
Yes,
a lot
this
of
is
word
very
when
true.
small word do trick?
Thank you, Kevin.
Exactly. We have a saying on this podcast, which is I can't read. So, but you know
Thank
what
you,
I can
Jared,
read?
19.
Yeah. You know what I can read, though? I can read comic books. And while we were down there, downtown is a comic book store, like kind of small chain to Michigan. I think they've got a couple of stores like there, Detroit and
Ann Arbor.
I think. Yeah.
Arbor, yeah.
The big cities, except for Lansing, I guess. It's Fall to Midnight. It was the name of the comic book store, and I spent a lot of money in there. But I've got a lot of reading material for the next while. So
Hey, you're kind of set.
yeah. What did you guys think of the store? I'm just curious. Because I'm more comic booky than you guys are, I think, but
Anything you wanted, they pretty much had. It felt like it was kind of a wonderland of comic books and manga and novels, and they had everything. They really had everything. It felt like. I mean, like we were saying, like, okay, we got to get out of here before we spend all our money, because there was stuff that, like, if you looked at one area, it's like, oh, I got to buy that now. Oh, I got to buy that.
right.
Yeah, that place was super cool. I loved the vibe that they had going on, and you know what? It wasn't dead inside either. It was like
No, it wasn't. They were fairly busy.
it was fairly busy, which is always nice to see when you walk into a store like that.
Yeah,
So, keep the hobby alive.
absolutely.
Definitely a couple Grand Rapids fans of that place there. That was good to see.
Yeah.
That it wasn't like just, sometimes those places are, you're right, like you walk in and they're the only people there.
It's just the workers, and they're watching us mill about with the comic books and
Yeah.
and the other stuff that they had, and yeah. What did you guys end up getting there? I forget.
So Jacob, did you get anything while we were there?
I was really tempted to get like the regional, like to try some of the chips from like Japan and stuff, but I did not.
Oh,
yeah.
that's right. I forgot they had that whole wall of different regional chips and I think snacks and
Yep, regional snacks. I want to get some of those, but I decided not because we just ate. I was like, I don't know.
Or we were getting ready
So I
to
didn't
go
get
to
any
dinner
We were
at
getting
that
ready
point,
to
I
eat,
think.
yeah.
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 Yeah, so I got technically 4 things, but I'm going to count it as 3 because it was a volume 1 and 2. So I'll start there.
Yeah.
I got volumes 1 and 2 of the manga called Blue Box. You've probably heard me, if you listen to some of the other episodes, you heard me talk about it because it's phenomenal. And I had picked up 3, 4, and 5 at our local Barnes and Noble a couple months back. And we didn't have 1 and 2, and I don't think we do to this day. I check every once in a while. But they had it at this store. And so my mindset was, okay, I'm not going to get it now unless I buy some other stuff. And then I walked a few paces, looked at the bottom shelf, and there was a unofficial list of every N64 game ever made.
Oh, yeah.
And I grew up playing the Nintendo 64. Like, that was my first console.
Mm-hmm.
For years and years was the only console I had up until we got a Wii in like 2008 or something like that. But so naturally that was a first instinct was to buy that.
Absolutely.
I didn't care how much it was. I was like, yep, this has to be added. And that book's actually pretty cool because it is like, it's a pretty solid list of every game, and it even shows you like it was available in the US, it was available in Europe, it was available in Japan, or it wasn't available in the US but it was Japan only, and that kind of stuff. And it gives you a description of each game, and super cool. So naturally I had to get that. And then they also had a Godzilla versus Avengers comic book, which I have yet to read, but have been meaning to, because grew up on Godzilla, grew up on the Avengers, seemed like a natural thing. So yeah, I ended up buying some stuff, and so Blue Box volumes 1 and 2 came home with me.
Nice.
W store.
Did they when you bought, because that Godzilla Avengers one was a single issue, right?
Yeah.
Did they, I know that they had most of their single issues in like a cover with a cardboard thing. Did they take it out of that, or did you take that home too?
Nope, I still have that. I'm actually looking at it right now.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, so it protects it pretty well.
Good. Because that's one big thing with me with like the single issues is I'm like, they're going to end up in like a bookshelf or something somewhere, and they're going to get ruined and all of that. So that's why I don't do it. But if there's ways to protect it, then there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that just
Roller.
leaves me to, yeah, I have a problem. So Image Comics is putting out the Energon universe of comic books now, which is like the interconnected universe of like pretty much just the Hasbro properties. So G.I. Joe and Transformers. So I picked up Transformers Volume 1 and 2, finished up Volume 1 today, kind of like I was talking about earlier. Really good. Have not started Volume 2, but, you know, that's what we do. I did pick up the first volume of G.I. Joe as well. It was the only one that they had. So, yeah. And then, what else did I'm looking at my shelf of unread comics. Oh, I picked up Under the Red Hood. Was that the name of it? Yes, Under the Red Hood, Batman. Yeah, I've always liked that story. I've always kind of known the gist of that story, and I watched the animated adaptation of it, so I wanted to read it and get a feel for it. So, yeah, there's that. And then finally, this is the big one. And, well, normal listeners, if you've listened to the podcast before, get your bingo cards out, because they had the Injustice 2 Omnibus So everything having to do with that story, I now have, and I'm going to read it at some point in the near future. So there you go.
Oh yeah, because you went back for that one.
I did go back. So part of that was I didn't know if they took card. Like, I'm assuming that everybody nowadays takes, like, credit debit cards. But, like, if it's their own machine, if it looked sketchy, I didn't want to bring... I only had so much cash on me. So, like, I was like, okay. In the back of my mind, I'm like, if they've got a good, solid card system and I can pay this in cash and put this on the card, then we'll be good. And they were running Square, and I was like, great. Phenomenal. That's what we'll do. So, because that Injustice Omnibus was not cheap. So, but I don't have to buy anything else for it. Not like Injustice 1, where I had to buy all 5 years. So, and still had to buy the video game.
This is true.
Indeed.
Actual.
But yeah, so that was really cool comic book store. If I wish that there was one closer to us, because then I think I would actually get into like single issues and things like that. But
we need one badly.
Yeah. I think you could stick one
at least the next town over or something
near. I was gonna say you could stick one near us, I think, and it'd be okay. But I don't know how they franchise or if they franchise. Maybe that's our next business venture. If they franchise.
DisplayShelf the store.
Hey, are they doing franchises? Why not?
Spaceballs, the TV, the T-shirt.
The T-shirt.
Spaceballs, the flamethrower. Anyway, I love that movie. Yeah, so that was Fall to Midnight. That was the only stop that we had that day, right? Before the show?
It was.
It was.
Trying to organize things in my mind based on our very real outline page.
Dinner. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we did stop at dinner. What was the name of that place again?
Tupelo Honey.
Yeah, Tupelo Honey. That's a pretty good place. Shout out to them. They handled food allergies really well.
Yeah.
Just generally good food too.
It was good food. They had a really good creamy spinach. And that like, I was in the mood for a vegetable, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And that hit the spot. So good stuff. Good stuff, guys.
Good choice.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, they got
fries.
The fries looked good. The onion rings were good.
The onion rings are real good.
And they got
that barbecue sauce.
The sauces.
Yeah, they got them sauces. I was feeling I was really big fan of that mustard sauce, but that barbecue sauce was really good because it was like, at first you're like, oh great, it's Sweet Baby Ray's, and then like it took a left turn and it was good.
Yeah, another layer of flavor popped up, and you're like, oh,
indeed,
interesting,
very interesting.
Look at us. We should have a food show. Talk about layers of sauce flavoring and
indeed
creamy spinach.
I tell you what's another good one. You know what's sitting in my fridge right now is the new Domino's stuffed crust pizza.
Oh,
with the garlic and the Parmesan crust. I tell you what, if they fix the because you want a little bit of flop on your pizza, but you don't want flop that's like issues with the structural integrity of the slice of pizza. Meaning that like when you pick up this pizza, your toppings are falling off. You need a plate.
Right.
So, yeah. But very good, and I will probably polish off the rest of it as soon as we're done.
Wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, pretty good. Anyway, food tangent aside,
we need like the diners, drive-ins, and display shelf guys.
Oh, that's fantastic.
No, that's it. That's the intro.
Listen, future episode, that is our episode title right there.
Welcome everyone. Today we're trying the Domino's stuffed crust pizza.
One of these days, we're just gonna like spend an entire episode talking about just food brackets general, and it'll be fun.
Brackets general.
Speed run of the speed run of food tests, taste testing. Ooh, no, that is like just like go through a whole bunch of foods and see okay, what do we think?
There
See
you
what we
go.
think about them.
I'm down.
We'll see.
Any whomstove.
Our podcast is like taking a serious turn from being
like,
a toy podcast to like we're on the verge of becoming a wrestling podcast. Let's face it, guys. And then we're just gonna break into the food market, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, because like you think back to episode 6, we talked about the Sprite tea for a bit, and then last episode we were talking about our food apps with vibrations.
Yep.
And then there's this one.
Which incidentally, okay. It's going back to the food apps. Buffalo Wild Wings had them last night. Probably should not have had pizza tonight, but younger brother went out with his friends and all that. So I had no choice. What was I going to say? Oh, the Buffalo Wild Wings app. I put in the order, and it actually tries to process my payment first try. And I was like, hallelujah, some kind of win. And then it asked me for my feedback right after I made the purchase. Kind of laid into it. Kind of hope that they take my feedback into account. It's a very cluttered application. Anyway.
Indeed, it's time for a change.
It is time for a change. I feel like the Buffalo Wild Wings app, they had a decent app as of like 6 months ago. And then they bolted on a bunch of functionality, and now it's not good.
Now it's not good. Well, speaking of time for a change,
Indeed.
after we had dinner,
Good dinner.
Good dinner
Good dinner.
at like 4:00, but we headed over to the arena, and we'll get into that whole experience later because we're kind of talking about the shopping right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I figure we'll talk the merch stand once, because we've got a story about the merch stand.
I think we just start there because that was kind of the beginning of well, maybe not. That wasn't the beginning of our experience because that line getting into the building was insane.
Yeah, I figure we talk about the mall the day after, and then we can launch into SmackDown so we can fully delve there.
I like it. Let's do it.
Yeah, so post SmackDown the following day, there's a mall that was like 10-15 minutes out.
Yeah, the Woodland Mall.
The Woodland Mall, that one. Yeah, I knew
Grand
that.
Rapids.
Yeah, we were planning out our trip. We saw that. We were like, all right, we're going to hit there on our way back. And that is exactly what we did.
Indeed.
Where was our first stop? I don't even remember.
Barnes & Noble, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess technically it was, because that's where we walked in from.
That's where we entered. They had some good stuff when it came to comic books, but I had enough reading material and was not going to go forth. They had the first compendium for Transformers for the OG run like they do for G.I. Joe, like I have. Really thought about it, decided against it because once again, a lot of money, and we were getting ready to go to a store that we'll talk about in a minute.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I felt the same way about the Barnes & Noble. Is like there's a couple series. So, well, one of them, so I have a collection of the Kaiju number 8 manga volumes. And every time I go to a Barnes & Noble, I forget where my collection leaves off. So I never know which volume to pick up next. So I'm like 3 or 4 behind because I never remember. I did learn from my mistakes, and in my notes app on my phone, I have a list of where I'm at on my current manga collections. So next time I go, I'll know. But yeah, they had a bunch more, and I was like, well, I would get this if I knew which ones I needed to get. And then they had the first like several volumes of another series called Oshinoko, which I want to start collecting because that show is phenomenal. But I decided against it because I knew we were going to like 3 or 4 other stores that day, and I was going to be spending money at all of them.
Indeed.
And that one was a mega Barnes and Nobles. It was a big one.
That was a big one.
It had 2 floors.
Floors. It had some fancy escalators.
Escalators!
And an elevator. Eels.
Indeed.
What was the next stop?
Was that the FYE in the mall?
Is it that?
Is either that or it was the GameStop?
I think it was the FYE first, yeah.
And you found something pretty darn good at the FYE.
Yes, you did.
I sure did. Well, first of all, that FYE is a cool store because they really just have anything and everything there that you could want as a collector. Do they upcharge their prices a little bit?
Very much.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's worth it. Before I get into my main pickup there, I did also pick up a U2s of Brutus from Call of Duty Zombies because I have a small collection of those going on. Because if you couldn't tell by my enthusiasm about the Call of Duty League, I'm a Call of Duty fan. So yeah, small collection going there. And then somebody queue up Kingdom by Downstate because I have finally finished my story. Elite 115, Kairi Sane is in my possession. I'm looking at her right now, sitting right on my desk. We love to see it. Did they upcharge me? Yes. Was I willing to buy it? Yes. Story complete. However, I did have something that I noticed that was super strange. And it's not an isolated incident. I've done my research and some other sites have it, but the box is a little weird. So let me pull it up because I actually had something prepared for this segment.
Oh, hey.
For once in my life.
Given that, to peel back the curtain, we have absolutely no preparation for this episode.
No, not at all. We were sitting here 5 minutes before we pressed record and we're like, so, what do you want to talk about?
Which, incidentally, solid podcast. Go listen to Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens talk. It was actually a really good and funny podcast.
That was some of the clips I saw there were great.
They were phenomenal.
But yeah, so one release, and I'm looking at the one on Ringside here. The back of the box says Kairi Sane returned to WWE at Crown Jewel 2023, joining Damage Control and reforming the Kabuki Warriors alongside her partner Asuka. My box says, hold on, the cord's tangled. At Crown Jewel 2024, Kairi Sane shocked the world when she returned to WWE to help Io Sky retain the WWE Women's Championship.
Do you have a chase?
That's weird. I don't think so, because then the information would just straight up be wrong. Because the chase from this set was McIntyre. Because she didn't return at Crown Jewel 2024, because that just happened a few months ago. And
that was 115, right?
That's 115, yeah.
Okay, I'm pulling it up on Ringside.
Yeah,
Kairi
Ringside
Sane
says
return at Crown Jewel 2023, joining Damage Control and reforming Kabuki Warriors. What does yours say again?
At Crown Jewel 2024, Kairi Sane shocked the world, yada, yada, yada. But it says 2024, which is weird. And I've seen on several other sites too, like Wrestling Figure Database has the back of my box on it, which is weird. So I don't know if there was a wave that got like misprinted or what. But I mean, everything about the box other than that and the figure itself doesn't scream fake, and I don't think they would sell a fake at FYE. So I'm confused.
I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say Wrestling Figure Database has it as that. Same picture, right?
Same picture.
Yeah, same picture.
Same everything. Just a different description on the back, which is very strange.
That is very strange.
Like, it would be one thing if the text was different and it was, a different description of her return. But the fact that they got the year wrong is what's really weird to me.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Strange, yeah.
Especially because this is the wave that came out in March. We'll call it March.
Maybe it's a QC thing? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But I just found that weird. Regardless, there's a Kairi Sane Elite 115 sitting on my desk, and I'm thrilled. Because you know what? The figure, the gear, and everything is actually pretty detailed. It's a solid figure. And like I mentioned a couple episodes with my Godzilla figures, I have an issue with some action figure types with the joints and whatnot being super noticeable and whatnot. This one doesn't have that. It looks very fluid, so I'm very happy with it.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the Kyle Peterson review of this one, and it's got the 2024 description on there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he shows the second one, because I know he normally gets two. Yeah, it's the same. Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird, dude. It's really weird.
It's very strange.
Another one of these around here. No. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, super weird.
Super weird, but I found my target, and so now I need a new target. Looking at you, 118 Jacob Fatu.
Oh, there you go. I'm looking for, I tell you what, I'm excited for Ultimate 27.
Oh, yeah?
Because it is this guy right here. I'm sharing screen for those that don't know. It's CM Punk.
Oh, I did see this, yeah.
The Bret Hart trunks from SummerSlam. It's great. Plus Bailey from Mania 40.
It's a good Bailey.
Which also looks pretty good. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks pretty good.
And it comes with the Women's Championship, too.
It does. I could take or leave Logan Paul, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
If he was in the yellow, maybe, but he was in the WrestleMania 40 gear with the United States Championship. I like the addition of the Prime bottle. Yeah, anyway. Oh, if you guys see Ultimate 26, Jimmy and Jay, they're evidently hitting shelves. Don't question
Indeed
it. Just
are.
tell me it happened. I'll make it worth your while.
Cool. Interesting.
Indeed. Anyway. Yeah, FYE was definitely, they had a lot of stuff, but it was marked up. I will say
it was,
that.
yeah. And, as we were walking out of that store, I think I passed by like 3 or 4 other things that I very well could have bought.
There was a lot of good
had
stuff
I been
there.
Irresponsible is the word. Unresponsible is not. Had I been irresponsible with my funds. But I was responsible. So I left with just the U2s and Kyrie Sane.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. And yeah, that's great.
Indeed. Next, we went to the GameStop that was there, and
now the responsibility at this store went out the window for me.
Yes,
a little bit.
You guys found some stuff.
We did.
Found stuff.
Yeah, somebody. So they had prismatic booster bundles, and they had 151 Zapdos boxes, which I've never seen either of those products of that product line or of those sets in the stores ever. So seeing those and how much they had, holy crap!
Yeah, they had a lot.
And the fact that he said, "Hey, you guys are looking for Pokemon cards? Like, we got these in." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I'll take one of each."
Yeah, we were kind of just hanging out in the corner where they had some of the Pokemon card stuff. Because I was actually looking for a binder because I didn't get one for Destined Rivals. And so I was like, well, this binder looks pretty cool. I might get that. He's like, hey, you guys looking for Pokemon cards? We're just like, we're kind of just looking around. He's like, oh, yeah, well, I got this whole box of prismatic booster bundles and 151 boxes back here. That's all you had to say.
I almost wonder if they're not supposed to put them on the shelf and you have to ask for them.
Oh, yeah, 100%. They're behind the counter only.
For sure.
Yeah. Which I'm not opposed to, especially nowadays with some of that, the way that some of the trading cards and stuff are going. But
yeah, I totally get it. But also the seeing it like on the shelf is also satisfying. But I also understand that the current landscape allows it to not be possible and like dangerous for other people.
Right.
Like,
oh yeah,
like for employees, dangerous for employees, dangerous for other customers. Like just people get really aggressive about that kind of thing. So I understand that they want to eliminate that by putting a limit and also putting them behind a counter, which makes total sense.
Yeah, I think we've discussed that at length a few episodes ago with the whole Costco Blooming Waters and whatnot.
Right.
Yeah, that's like one of the earlier episodes. We're talking about with Costco and like their situation. And
possibly
like,
episode 2. Go listen to it.
Oh, that's a good one. Honestly, a really good one that should be watched more.
Another check on the bingo card.
Yep.
Another
chill for episode 2
on the bingo card there. I'm gonna very casually attempt to pour a Coke while we talk about what's next.
Well, that's
I turned on my camera so that we can see if I spill it again. We're hoping that I don't.
Yeah.
We should put Diet Coke on the bingo card.
True.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next store, we might as well. We did get some Pokemon packs, so we might as well talk about what we got.
Let's do it.
Did you get a whole lot, Jacob?
At GameStop or
from your prismatic /151 box?
Oh no, not really. I got like one EX. I got a Wigglytuff EX in the 151, and then I got an EX of the Fire Ogerpon from Prismatic, and then I got a Master Ball Heatran and a couple Pokeballs, like a Pokeball Applin. So not bad, but nothing crazy. No Master Ball Umbreon or anything like that.
No, that's a shame.
Which, that's probably 1 in a million, it feels like, to get that.
Oh yeah. I did manage to pull a few things. So what was my... Oh yeah, that's actually hilarious. So I'm wrestling through them right now. Which hopefully that's not being picked up on the mic, but if it is,
a little something, but
Yeah. So the first card that I just pulled out was a Pokeball Heatran.
Oh.
So
wow.
You got the slightly better one. And I got a Pokeball Whimsicott. Or is that my Master Ball? No, that's my Pokeball. Got a Pokeball Houndour. What was my Master Ball? Because I got one.
Well, I did get Destined Rivals. I got 2 hits in both my packs. I got the
that's right.
Spite Ops, Team Rocket Spite Ops full art, and then
that thing's gross.
What was
in
the
a
EX
good way.
I got an EX, I think.
You did, yeah. Was it the Doug Trio?
EX. No, let me look it up. Let's see,
I don't remember.
I'll know
While
when
you're doing that, my Master Ball was cottony. So I got a Master Ball cottony Pokeball Whimsicott, which was cool. And then I pulled a Full Art Rhyfort. So I actually had a really good prismatic box.
Nice. Oh, it was a Rabska EX. Is what I got.
Oh yeah, it was the Rabska. Yeah.
Yes.
And then my 151, I got Alakazam EX, which I unfortunately already had, but is what it is. And the gold Switch item. So pulled a gold, which was pretty neat.
That is pretty neat.
It's pretty neat.
The golds, like the value wise, they don't go crazy, but they're the rarest of the rare when it comes to pulls. Like they're super rare.
Right.
I think they have the lowest. Like I'm looking at the odds. Pokemon, because golds are the rarest, but I'm trying to think of what the actual odds are. Oh, so yeah, they're the rarest. It's 1 in 179. So they're rare. I guess those are all approximate, but
yeah, especially in 151, which for me is famous for not giving me anything. I never pull anything from 151 ever. Even when it first came out, and I bought at least one of every single product they released for that set. It's like hit maybe 2 special illustrations, both of Venusaur, which was swell. But that's a discussion for another time. We're talking about our shopping spree here. We could talk about Pokemon cards all day.
Yeah.
The other thing...
And I did end up picking up a binder, by the way. I'd just like to point that out, too.
The other thing that GameStop had that I did almost impulse buy, other than the X-Force Nightcrawler, they had I believe it was a 6-inch scale, but I don't know, which is part of the reason I didn't pick it up. They had Ecto 1 from Ghostbusters.
Oh, did they really? I don't remember seeing that.
It was up on the, the little stand with the toys on it.
Yeah, okay.
It was up on top.
I got you.
Yeah. I don't think it was 6-inch scale, but I also don't know. I don't know a whole lot about the Ghostbusters series, but I honestly thought about getting it because I was like, oh, it could look interesting somewhere in a display. Maybe like I have this shelf design in the back of my head with Deadpool and like a bunch of just random stuff. And it all makes sense because Deadpool's in the middle, right? But yeah, I thought, oh, it might look good there, but I decided to not pick it up.
It's funny that you mentioned the Ghostbusters because that's the movie we had.
Yeah, and that was the other reason I was thinking. That's the other reason I was thinking. Oh no, sorry, it was a 1/18 scale instead of a 1/12, so it was like 3 3/4. But it still looked pretty cool. But I was like, oh yeah, I'll pick that up because we were watching Ghostbusters the night before after SmackDown.
Yeah, what's up with the timing on that?
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's cool.
They work in mysterious ways.
Indeed. Does that bring us to our final stop?
I think
Other than
maybe
the Apple Store that I very casually looked at iMacs, or I guess they're not called iMacs, are they? Mac computers, and decided, no, you know what? These are way too expensive.
Too expensive for what they can get you.
Yeah. Our last stop was the Lego store. And
dun dun dun.
Yeah, that was a dangerous store to walk in. Because we are a big Lego household. You guys have seen the displays. It's bad.
Displays aplenty.
We've gotten to the point where there is a pool table in our basement that is now almost officially halfway filled with Legos that we have no place for. It's gotten pretty bad. But, What are you going to do?
That's how it be.
And that is add yet another set to it because I picked up the Daily Bugle while I was in there. And
big old boy.
It was a big old boy, and it's been a fun build so far. I think I'm 3-4 bags in, and it's
okay.
It's been
You
a
started
good one.
it.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I finally got around to finishing the set that I got for Christmas, which was the Batman the Animated Series like mosaic thing. Super cool. Especially as a fan of that show. But the Spider-Man Daily Bugle set is really cool as well.
Yeah, that looked like an incredible set.
Yeah. It's my one complaint, if I really had to complain about it, which I don't want to, so it's like a nitpick, I guess. You know how Lego like breaks up their stuff into bags? The problem is like I got spoiled with the Batman set because there was like 50 something bags, but they were small enough to where it was like, okay, you could do a bag in like half hour, 40 minutes or something like that while you're sitting there watching TV. Whereas like the Spider-Man set, it's like bag 2 is 4 bags and 5 extra parts from a miscellaneous parts bag. And it's just, it's a thing. But so it takes me more like an hour and a half, but you know, first world problems, I guess.
First world problems indeed.
Very much a minor nitpick there. Did you guys get anything? You got the one thing from the Lego store, right, Isaac?
I did, yeah. So I picked up. I'm not much of a Lego guy. I'll be straightforward here. I don't really do Legos that much. I've got maybe a couple sets laying around the house. But when in Rome, you know, I got. It's from the Lego Brickheads series or style or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. Of Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. So it came with 5 different little buildable brickhead figures. And it is Anakin Skywalker, Emperor Palpatine, General Grievous, Padme Amidala, and Mace Windu. And at first glance, I should say, I was a little hesitant to get it because I was like, why is Rey in with Anakin, Palpatine, Grievous, and Mace Windu? Because the Padme at first glance looks like Episode 8 Rey, and I was like, why are you here? That doesn't make any sense. And then I pointed that out to you, I think. I was like, you know, that set's cool, but Rey's there. And you're like, brother, that's Padme.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that makes sense. So, yeah, I haven't had time to build it yet, but I got it when in Rome. That being said, had I not gotten anything else that weekend, or even that day, really, I would have bought the Great Deku Tree, the Lego Great Deku Tree from The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, that was
like,
a cool set.
That was a back and forth conversation in my head of like, one, it's $250. I just spent a bunch of money this weekend. 2, how am I going to get this in the house without my parents being like, didn't you just go to a wrestling show and spend a bunch of money to go there?
It's like, that's why, you know.
And 3, am I really going to actually take the time to build this, or is it just going to sit in the box for 6 months before I forget I have it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's always something to consider.
Yeah. The other side of me was like, yeah, but the minifigures are dope.
Yeah.
They were dope. They were
cool. And it had the Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time, which I don't remember if in episode 2 I talked about Ocarina of Time at all, but that's one of my favorite games.
It's only one way to find out.
Respect.
Only one way to find out. Go listen to episode 2 and listen to hear if Ocarina of Time's in my top game. Indeed. Which is the topic of discussion in episode 2.
We keep plugging that episode. That's really funny.
It's a good episode.
We got to do another.
And you can find out how good it is if you go and listen to it.
But yeah, we'll should do another top 5 episode. Maybe next week, or maybe next time.
We'll have to do a top 5 Display Shelf podcast episodes. I don't mind.
Number 1, episode 2. You can find out how good it is.
It's a 4-minute podcast. Go listen to this one. Then go listen.
The longer you take watching this, the less time you get to watch episode 2.
Right, and like that's what we do. Gosh,
that's
right.
What we're
Anyway,
let's get ourselves back on track here.
But do that after
of
you
course,
listen to
because
this.
We've got some interesting stuff to talk about here first.
Indeed. Does that bring us to SmackDown?
I think it does. That's all the shopping we did, unless we want to talk about how good that barbecue place was.
Oh man, City Barbecue. It's a chain restaurant / fast food chain. But I tell you what, it's really good. They got smokers on site. It was really good stuff. Yeah, that's probably what I'm doing for dinner on the 3rd of July on a road trip.
Ooh, good call.
Because I know I'm passing through a particular town in Ohio that has one, and I'm excited. Gross. Yeah, well, I said I was passing through.
Passing through, yeah. Hey, we just passing by.
I love Sea of Thieves, except for the toxic players on Sea of Thieves. Can I go on a tangent for a second?
You know what? Why not? The consequences of not having an outline.
Yes. A couple nights ago, and I'm talking about it on the podcast. My younger brother, my cousin, shout out to Jordan, who evidently may or may not listen to this podcast.
Hello.
Hi. We were playing Sea of Thieves, and it very much surprised us the amount of toxic players that managed to get on a single server. Now, I mean, here's the thing. Jordan and I are working men to an extent. We have jobs, we have stress, etc. And we play these video games to relax. So I don't know where I'm going with this, but like, if you're, I don't know how to phrase this without cussing, and I don't want to cuss because I don't want to censor it. If you're a bit rude over the voice chat in Sea of Thieves, and I mean like Call of Duty circa 2009, 2010 rude.
The golden era.
Yeah, of voice chat, I guess. Yeah. If you're that kind of player on Sea of Thieves, which is a cartoon pirate game intended for children, I think we need to reassess some things. All's I'm gonna say. Really put a damper on our night. I won't even lie. Anyway, but we got off because we didn't want to deal with it.
Understandable.
There you go. There's the Sea of Thieves tangent. But let's talk about SmackDown. So yeah, we went to SmackDown, and so we walked from our hotel. Doors opened at 6:00, right? And we thought, doors open at 6:00, so we'll leave our hotel room at about 5:50. And
5:50
about 5:50, and we get there, and they're lined up around the block, around about 2 blocks actually, and
around the block, and then around
the line to get in. I didn't realize how many people were going to get there and have the same idea that we did, which our strategy was, well, if we show up early, we can find our seats. The cat just fell off the bed. That's cool. We can find our seats, the animals of the Display Shelf podcast. We'll find our seats, and then we'll go and we'll check out merch. Right? Because when in Rome with a wrestling event, you got to look at the merch.
Especially with it being a Cena event.
Yes. And Lord knows I was going to get that hat. with the special lions or branded. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but everybody else had the exact same idea. So we were in line. We were probably in line for like what, an hour out in the heat advisory.
Outside? No, an hour would definitely be pushing it. It was like, what time do you think we walked in the building? Like 6:30?
We lined up for merch at 6:50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd say we got in the building around 6:40 or so, found our seats, kind of took it in a little bit.
Yeah.
But yes, the line outside was crazy.
Yes. It's good to see all of those wrestling fans, though.
Yeah, it was fun walking down the line and just like looking at the different signs and the shirts and all that good stuff, including one that made me slightly confused, but I was like, all right, cool. I look up, walking past. Hatsune Miku, what are you doing here?
Oh, that was hysterical. I forgot about that.
It was so good. It's just this random person, like we're maybe, we're getting close to getting in the building at this point, and we're trudging along, and all of a sudden, just walking past, someone was in a full Hatsune Miku cosplay, which was awesome.
Yeah, that was
like,
great.
It's like, huh, okay, Grand Rapids is an interesting place.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was a Grand Rapids or a wrestling thing or what, but I don't know. It seemed a little. It was cool though. So if you're out there listening, shout out to you for dressing up.
Shout out to you. That was awesome.
As Miku, that was great. That popped the boys.
Yeah, because then we saw Miku again when we were standing in line for the merch, and I was like, "Yo, let's go!" But yeah, just wanted to add that little note about the outside line. We did see a couple other really cool things in the outside line too.
Yeah, there was a Macho Man. I feel like there's always a Macho Man at a wrestling event.
Yeah. I was referring to the buses, but Macho Man.
Oh, yeah, the buses. Yeah, we saw Cody's bus.
We saw Cody's bus. We saw some other buses that, had some... Yeah, trucks. Yeah, those are trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. It had some, in typical WWE fashion, had the faces of some of the wrestlers on them.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kofi Kingston on one of them too, with the same as Gunther.
They did, which was cool.
Was it Kofi and Logan on that bus?
Yes,
or on that
it was.
truck?
Yeah.
It's a weird combination.
But all right, cool. Anyway.
Yeah, they were cool buses.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, I popped when you pointed out Cody's bus. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. As seen on TV, Cody's vodka bus. I mean, that's what it is. It's all branded.
Yeah. Indeed.
That's true.
Indeed. So once we got inside, found our seats, got settled in, they weren't going to start matches until like 7:30. So it's about 6:50, and we decide, here's the plan. Here's the game plan. And Jacob, thank you very much for picking up the drinks.
Yeah, no problem. And I feel like I had a different line experience because I only had three people on my line.
I was going to say, you had a much different experience. You got to see all the dark matches.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, which, looking back, I might be a little disappointed that I didn't get to see those, but I don't think I really missed anything too big.
No, and I'll tell you what, I saw a clip from the Thea Hale, because that was the Speed. So
yes,
Speed is
a Speed
out on Twitter. I saw a clip of it because I didn't watch the full thing, but yeah, it's okay that we were in line.
Okay,
Thea Hale versus Nikita Lyons.
We had BFAB and Alba Fire. And
yeah,
I might actually go and try and scope out a copy of Speed because I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah,
but
yeah, the clip I saw, Thea Hale went for like a Blockbuster-esque style move, and Nikita Lyons just spun and landed the other way, and that was her sell.
Okay.
I'm glad we stood in the line.
Nothing against the people.
No.
Absolutely nothing against the people. I'm sure they're lovely people. Yeah. Anyway, the Performance Center needs to probably, I don't know. Anyway, I can't say anything. I've never gotten into a ring. Yeah. Clear his throat. But yeah, so the plan was Jacob was going to take the drinks back to the seat and then come and join us in the line. The line stretched around the entire building for merch. So we decided that that was not the best move. Yeah. And we ended up about an hour and a half in the line, I think.
Yeah.
We were getting merch, actively getting merch during the opening segment with LA Knight and Braun Breaker. Like, we were 3 people away from the thing when LA Knight's music hit, and we looked at each other like, man.
That was brutal. And then Paul Heyman comes out.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I think I actively just looked at you and almost fell to my knees.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, no.
I about ditched. If we weren't so close, I would have ditched and I'd have gone in.
Yeah, like if we hadn't been, my mentality was if we hadn't been ushered in with like the way they had the line set up, I was gone.
Which, good for them, by the way. Like having the, because I mean it was a long line, and the way that the line was flowing was actively blocking the entrance of the arena. So it was like good on the staff of the Van Andel Arena there for being able to direct the traffic appropriately, because that's kind of a weird arena there.
A little bit, yeah. That was a weird spot to put the merch stand right in front of the entranceway like that. I mean, I understand it, but like,
yeah, I mean that's where they normally have merch for everything else, but I think
right from a traffic perspective, the way that it was set up here was weird.
Your merch line is going to be different for WWE Smackdown than it is for the only other event that I've been to in that arena, a Kenny Chesney concert. You know, you're not going to... The line was not nearly as long for Kenny Chesney as it was for wrestling. So, I mean, you know, it was probably fine to put that there. But for wrestling, you know.
Yeah. So, Jacob, I'm curious to hear about, your experience, because obviously Garrett and I were just kind of hearing the themes and whatnot go off, and we were like, oh man, that match isn't really something we're missing with the dark matches and whatnot. So I'm curious to hear what your experience was like.
I think the crowd it wasn't full yet, but there was enough people there where actually I felt like the crowd was pretty into it. I like the Alba Fire match the most. That's the one that I had the most interest in, really. I mean, they had one where the first match they had that guy didn't even have an intro. I didn't even see him have the intro unless I just missed it. But what was the guy? And then I think it was, I can't remember his name, but he hasn't.
Oh yeah, Hikuleo.
He wasn't fully on the roster or fully on the main TV.
He hadn't debuted yet.
Yeah. So,
however,
all right, we'll get to that in a minute.
Cool. That's kind of cool to see. But yeah, I mean, I didn't think you really missed too much. I mean, it was just quick speed matches, and I kind of kept you updated as they went along. And yeah, I thought the crowd was great. And we had really good seats. We had really good seats where we could lay our heads in the back of the thing. Nobody behind us, so we could stand up as much as we wanted. It was amazing.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I did just check cage match. The dark match was Hikuleo defeating... What are you doing over there? Sorry, cat. It was Hikuleo defeating Ryan Matthews. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Not currently with a promotion, in-ring experience 4 years. Oh, no. Do I read this? Yeah, I'm going to have to read that in a second. Yeah. 23 years old, indie wrestler from Detroit. Yeah. So jobber, but good for him for getting the spotlight. His
Yeah, absolutely.
what else has he done here? I'm looking at him and his. Yeah, he's held some titles around Detroit, and yeah. But his also known as is, and I need to very quickly write down the time. 11:50. Here's the hype. He's also known as Deputy Kid.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
how about
That's
that?
kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I might actually have to follow this guy on Instagram because there's a link here. See what he's got going on.
That's great.
Anyway, but yeah, so that's good.
Yeah.
Did they do anything else before the show, Jacob, that we missed?
So they did the pre-thing on the there was the is it WWE Now is what it's called, where they did the recap.
Oh,
Or
that's
what's that
cool.
called? The recap thing, like where, like is it WWE Now? That's what it's called. WWE.
Maybe
Sounds familiar.
they like give you
Yeah,
context
like the
for the
the
show
breaking
and
news.
whatnot.
WWE Now.
That's awesome.
And so you wonder, like, hey, here's who's coming up tonight, and here's what happened last week. You know, they did
Here's
that.
why they're here, and
That's
They showed
awesome.
ads for like the new NBA or not NBA, the new WWE 2K is out now, and they also did like a couple like, hey, we're gonna be on TV and really soon, so get up and get loud. You know, like they were saying, like they're counting down on the TV, and then you saw like on the big screen like the overhead view of Grand Rapids, like they do with before the shows. Like normally you hear the announcers talking, but all we hear was silence because
right.
it was kind of weird, but it was kind of cool at the same time. Like we didn't hear Joe Tess and
Right.
who was it? It was a Joe Tess
Wade
and
Barrett.
Wade Barrett.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Which you did get to see their entrances too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes, they did. They did do the introduction of Wade Barrett and Joe Tess, and they came out out to the ring, and then did little handshakes and stuff, and went to the
Yeah.
That was cool. I'd never seen that before. So
Yeah, it's really cool because that part doesn't get aired on TV. You only sometimes see it if you're watching like the pre-shows for PLEs.
Right.
that was cool. And then and then you missed like there was like the beginning was, I guess it was part of the show, but the beginning with LA Knight and Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
You missed a little bit of that.
Yeah, I think I missed all of that segment because we got our merch and then we got back and there was somebody sitting in our seats and I was like, I'm gonna have to fight this guy. And then I talked to the wrong guy at first because there was two sides of Jacob, right? And I talked to the guys on the left of Jacob only to realize that I needed to talk to the guy on the right of Jacob, and it was not good. It was not a shining moment for me.
Yeah, part
Just
of it, I think part of that's on me. I should have been more clear.
No, you're good. But yeah. Which that couple was not into the show at all.
Neither side of us was.
Yeah, it was weird.
It was weird.
I think
there's a specific segment, but where I'd point that out, but
right.
We'll get there.
Yeah. I mean, not to everybody can experience wrestling in their own
Absolutely.
way. And not to we might have been just a tad bit into it.
Yeah.
So maybe
a little
we
bit.
can't judge. Maybe we can't judge.
Yeah. Yeah, so
It was a really good show. So let's go
it
through.
was. Yeah, so the first segment, the LA Knight one we were talking about, Garrett and I missed most of the talking bits. But Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker attacked LA Knight, and then LA Knight came back and, hit him with a chair and the normal SmackDown intro ensued where they were like, yo, this is going to be a match later in the night. So here you go.
Right.
And of course, Heyman was there and he's like, yeah, Seth doesn't like you. Stop getting in business and yada, yada, yada. So, you know.
Indeed.
We'll talk a little bit about that later because, like I said,
if you don't get
Almost
out of
SmackDown.
Grand Rapids, something real bad's gonna happen. You don't get like this.
It was something like that.
Something real bad.
yeah.
So, and that was funny. And he said that is not a threat. It's a like premonition or something like that. And then everyone
Right.
started barking in the audience.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Which we'll kind of get into the match itself, but then they announced that it was going to be LA Knight versus Bronson Reed. And
Yeah.
the entire crowd booed that because it's like, but it's Braun Breaker. It's Michigan. Come on.
Yeah, it's home
That was
state,
so-
man.
That was so funny.
I think I'm peaking the microphone, so I apologize, headphone users. I
think you are, yeah.
casually turn myself down a little bit, but
That's peak.
Peak.
it
Just like the
was-
show.
It was.
Peak.
It was peak.
But well, it's like, don't worry, I got it tonight. We're gonna have LA Knight versus Bronson Reed.
Ah.
We were getting so hyped. They were like,
Oh.
oh man, LA Knight versus Braun Breaker. This is going to be great. We're going to sick Bronson Reed on him. Oh.
Oh,
No hate to Bronson Reed, obviously.
Right.
No,
I mean,
but-
I was excited to see Bronson Reed in person and watch the tsunami beatdown of LA Knight.
Oh, yeah.
Who incidentally I think has been written off of television the week after I said, don't write him off of television yet. He's got something.
Right. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm finally back on the LA Knight train.
Right.
Gets 3 tsunamis and a spear.
That's
just when you think he's back, they pull him out.
It's wild. Like, I mean, how long on this podcast have I said, you know what, you just need to give LA Knight just a little bit of time off. Make me miss him, all of that fun stuff. And then the one week I'm like, you know what? I was wrong. I'll hold my hands up. I was wrong. And bring him back. Have him do something. Give him the spotlight. They kill him.
So good.
It's wild.
They
So good.
killed
'Cause
him.
since Mania episode 1 that we did, our 3rd episode ever
was
of
gonna
the
say,
podcast, you're like,
It was
you
a
know,
while.
I think this Jacob Fatu title match should just be an absolute squash and Jacob should just kill him and write him off.
Right.
Q 7 episodes, or not 7, Q episode 7. You know,
Right.
I like this LA Knight guy again. This is great.
I think I'm finally
Give me more
coming
LA
around
Knight.
to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
'Cause I mean, like,
great.
I was a big fan of him going into his U.S. title reign. And then the U.S. title reign was kind of, I'm not going to say it was bad, but it was fine. It was just like, come on. So when I got
Of all
back
the
into
times.
him, I was like, now they're taking him off of TV, and I'm like, okay, great, wonderful.
Yeah,
Indeed.
bit of a shame, but you know.
Okay, real quick. I'm on Ryan Mattheus's cage match still. He is in a tag team with a guy called KJ Reynolds called Tie or Die, and I can almost guarantee that that's a hippie gimmick.
It's got to be.
That's exciting.
That's clever, though.
Anyway. Oh, yeah.
Anyways.
No, it's a hippie gimmick. I found his Instagram.
Fantastic.
This is great. I'm following this guy.
I know what you're deep diving into tonight.
Yeah, shout out to him. I'm watching some reels of him later. See what this guy's got going on.
Yeah, so I think that
Yeah.
about covers. Yeah, speaking of that about covers
Yeah.
that opening segment.
Indeed.
Unless you guys have anything else to talk about here.
Nope.
No, I mean, I do like that Knight took out a chair and just beat them both with it. That was pretty funny at the end of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering it, both of the live events that we went to, Jacob and I's joke was the chair, hit him with the chair from Shrek.
Yeah.
And so it finally came to fruition.
Didn't the Miz hit somebody with a chair when we went the one time?
He might have, yeah.
Maybe.
The Miz.
The Miz.
Anyway, the next match was Alexa and Asuka, wasn't it?
It sure was. This was my the reason I was here, because of the reason we were here was for John Cena, but the reason I was excited to be here, if you've been an avid follower of the podcast, you know I'm a little bit of an Alexa Bliss fan. So
get your bingo cards out, kids.
Get your bingo cards out. Isaac mentions Alexa Bliss.
Write that down.
Write that down. And yeah, so when I saw that she the previous week won her Queen of the Ring match, and it was announced, hey, next Friday in Grand Rapids, it's her versus Asuka. Or her versus whoever who ended up being Asuka.
Right.
Which, if I remember right, we all fantasy booked Stephanie winning that.
Yeah.
And low-key winning the whole tournament.
Right.
So that was a lie. Yeah, so we just got done with the LA Knight segment, and we're just kind of sitting there waiting for, I don't know if Wade and Tess were talking or if it was a commercial,
I think so.
We were just sitting there waiting for something to happen. I have my phone ready because I recorded most of the entrances, or at least most of the big ones. And I was like, okay, well, I'm halfway ready for whatever the next match is. All of a sudden, Alexa's Tron lights up and her music starts playing. I immediately stand up, scream a profanity, and get super hyped.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. Listening back to the recording, you can hear it.
Oh,
it's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's great. But yeah, that was like very, what's the word I'm looking for? Fulfilling, maybe. I was like, yeah, that's it. The one thing I will complain about a little bit, and I understand why it was this early, because she had 2 other segments later in the show that we'll talk about. But I was not ready for this match to happen yet.
Right.
So I wasn't totally like dialed in.
Yeah. No, yeah. And I felt like it started kind of slow, so it was a weird match to get dialed into the show with.
Right. It was a good match. I've actually gone back and watched parts of it, and it was a solid match. The one part that was weird to me, I assumed that all 3 of us with watching it live, was the part where Alexa was going up for the Twisted Bliss to finish the match, and Asuka's just laying there, and then Bliss stands there for like 5 seconds, and then just gets down. We were all so confused there.
Everybody was confused.
Everyone was confused. Commentary said that she could see that Asuka was like playing possum, and was like, "You're trying to outsmart me. I'm gonna outsmart you, outsmarting me."
Maybe.
And that was that. So
right.
Weird from our perspective, but looking back on it, I'm like, oh, that's clever.
Well, the take that I've seen about it from another bingo card, I guess, is the Walk Culture Wrestling podcast. I listen to that while I work most of the time. And I was listening to their SmackDown review, and it was weird to them as well, and it was weird to some other podcasts and reviews that I've seen. So like it was something wasn't right there, and I don't know what.
Yeah, it was an odd segment. I feel like you needed to see a little twitch from Asuka or something like that, because she was just dead to rights there from our perspective.
Yep.
But yeah, solid match overall. Am I disappointed that Asuka ended up winning? A little bit, but that's entirely because I'm unbelievably biased, and I think Asuka winning was the right call. But in the moment, I was like, and I knew going into, I was like, yeah, Bliss is match.
Right.
But, once you're there and you're watching it, you're getting into it, you're like, yeah, man, go pin, win, Twisted Bliss, win, do it.
Right.
And then just left with utter sadness and defeat for a few seconds until you realized, yeah, that was going to happen anyways. What was interesting to me is that she took the clean pin. Not complaining about that, by the way, because I did see a couple people complain about that. But I was fully ready for Charlotte to do something to cost her the match. But no, they just had Asuka win clean, which I was totally okay with.
Yeah, absolutely. I vehemently disagree with the take that she shouldn't have won clean. I've said it once.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. If you're going to put somebody in a tournament, you got to be comfortable with giving them a pinfall loss.
Right.
That's it.
And it's not like, having Alexa lose would like bury her or anything. Because one, it's Asuka.
She's not losing to
one of the.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's not losing to, your Chelsea Greens. No disrespect to Chelsea Green, because we all love Chelsea Green.
Well, I was even going to say Alba Fire.
Yeah, that too.
Right. In terms of placement on the card,
someone
I
who
don't mean in
shouldn't
terms
win.
of ability.
Exactly. Yeah. Like she's not losing to, a mid-carder, someone that's only appearing every once in a while. This is Asuka, one of the best in women's wrestling. And then I feel like I had a second point to make there, but
Yep.
I don't have it anymore. So, no, I do remember because, so my first point was that, she lost to Asuka and not some mid-carder. And then the second point was that she consistently gets one of the biggest pops of the night. She's not going to get buried by one clean loss.
I know.
Like, let's be so serious right now.
Oh, the other thing that I loved about the presentation of Alexa Bliss live was the ring announcer. And for whatever reason, I remember asking you, oh, did they do ring announcements for the first couple of matches? Because I just didn't remember it. But then now, after the fact, I'm remembering when they announce Alexa Bliss, they're going through it, and the ring announcer goes, from Columbus, Ohio, and the entire Michigan arena boos.
Fantastic.
And then as soon as he says her name, it's all back to cheers. It was so funny.
That was great. We had such a good crowd.
We did. And that will become evident in a little bit later on.
A little bit later on, indeed. I think, so after this match ends, they do, let's see. Yeah,
This is where we got the Aleister Black segment, which I'm disappointed that we didn't get an Aleister Black match, even if it would have been a squash, because it was Kit Wilson comes out during the commercial break. He doesn't do anything during commercial break, which was weird. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. He just kind of stood there. You could have had him like cut a heel promo or something during the break, but whatever.
I would guess that it's with the way that outside audience, non-US audience, I'm trying to think of the word, international audience, that's what it is.
There you go.
Because they're watching on Netflix ad-free. So that's where they're running. What are you doing
there, though? Is that where they're running?
That's where they're running like the stand interviews. Like you see sometimes like Kathy or Jackie's doing an interview in the stands with someone.
Were there any for our SmackDown?
There might have been. I have no idea.
And did they not play those to the arena? That's the other thing.
Maybe? I don't know.
Because that's
I really don't know.
Yeah, that's weird that they didn't play that in the arena then. But either way, there were a lot of video packages during. Yeah, let's talk about the commercial breaks. There were a lot of video package and like advertisement-y type of things during the commercial break. On our end, they were promoting some some documentary series. It was the WrestleMania 9 documentary on Peacock. And anytime Hulk Hogan flashed on the screen, he got booed.
Fantastic.
And I thought that was hysterical because it was like, if you go and you watch the trailer for it, it's a bunch of sit down interviews and stuff like that. And it's like Bret Hart's on there, everybody cheers. Lex Luger's on there, everybody cheers. Hulk Hogan's on there, the entire arena boos. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. It was great. Yeah. That was kind of interesting. And then the little camera bits were also fun.
Yeah.
Where you're like looking at signs, you're doing like fan cam, stuff like that. It's fun.
The EO Sky cam.
That was it. Yeah, that was fun.
At the worldwide cam. Yeah, EO Sky cam. And what else was there?
The Jade Cargill flex cam.
Oh, the flex cam.
Did they do that when I left?
In front of us. Oh, were you gone for that? Maybe. And
was that before?
Get to that in a second.
I was gonna say, was that before the Tiffany segment?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, because I left at that point to use the restroom.
You would remember it because the guy that we had issues with in the merch line.
Are we gonna talk about this?
I don't know if we need to. I'm just, giving clarity.
There was a feller that cut us off in the merch line when we had already been there pert near 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And we were not very happy about it. And he was a big dude.
Turns out he's sitting 2 rows in front of us.
That was the funny part.
That was great. But yeah, the reason I bring him up is because when the Jade Cargill flex cam came on.
The camera found him.
It didn't. That's the funny part. But he was trying so hard. so hard.
Funny. Oh my gosh. That's actually really
great.
Funny.
It was so funny. I was so mad you missed that.
Yeah,
While I'm thinking about it, I don't know, Jacob, did you have a whole lot of thoughts about the Queen of the Ring match? Because I don't know if we really got a whole lot of your thoughts. That was just kind of me being me when it comes to Alexa.
Well, I would say that I kind of saw this coming, the winter coming. I kind of saw Asuka would win for sure because just to kind of put her brand back out there. It was unfortunately at the hand of Bliss, which was sad. Or Bliss was at the hand of this.
Yes.
But I didn't think it was bad, and I thought, seeing them both in Grand Rapids was great. And there's definitely worse matches out there. But there's some improvements I could make, and I think. But overall, I was pretty happy that we got to see the King of the Ring semifinals. So win-win.
Indeed.
Really.
Win-win. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even touch on the fact that we got Asuka's entrance too, which was awesome.
That was awesome.
That was cool. Yeah. So yeah, Aleister Black.
Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about.
That's where we were at.
Why couldn't he at least wrestle for a little bit too? What's going on with that guy?
So the breakdown of this. The breakdown of this is that Aleister Black gets his entrance, which was the coolest part of the night, and honestly, other than a particular promo later, but I had chills during it because it was just so cool. But he comes out, makes his entrance, and just about the time he is getting ready to get into the ring, R-Truth comes out, or Ron Killings. They can't decide what his name is anymore. He comes out, and he beats the crap out of Kit Wilson and says, "Hey, John Cena, you got to get out here." And then everybody just brings him to the back, and then the match doesn't happen.
My terms.
That was it.
Get out here, John.
It was cool. I liked it. I kind of wish you did it one more time, but I don't see where else you could have done it.
Right. Yeah, it didn't make.
Do it for every match, like I said.
Right. It could be cool.
All right,
Just have him like.
He could
just
hijack. He
had
could
him
have
hang
hijacked
out-
the entire show, and it could.
Oh
be
yeah,
good.
hang out ringside the entire show,
Right.
just like pacing back and forth. Like, come on, John. Come on.
Yep. Indeed. What did you guys think
And that was
about
pretty much that.
Yeah. Yep. Indeed. What did you guys think about the 4-way promo train that came next?
So, I want to say that in terms of arena enjoyability, this was my favorite moment of the night.
Yep. I feel that. This was, I will say, I don't think I would have even remembered this segment if I was not in the building.
Yeah. 100%.
But this is the one where it was Cody first, right?
Yeah, so this is the promo segment that happened prior to King of the Ring, or the King of the Ring final.
Yeah.
And they had just advertised, hey, Cody's coming out next. I think we got baited like 3 times too. Like they were cutting back from commercial and then they just cut to another thing and another thing and another thing when we were expecting Cody to come out. So we got baited like 3 times.
And everybody booed when we got baited with the different commercials and whatnot. So it was really fun.
Yeah, that was great.
We were all like, "Where's Cody? Come on, you
Yeah,
promised
like come on,
Cody."
man. You promised
Cody.
Cody.
Cody's entrance was really cool in person.
Oh, it's so sick.
Although all of that pyro really heated up the arena.
It did. It was already hot in there, but the pyro.
Which over the past couple of weeks, we've had like a heat wave type of thing in Michigan, and where we were getting that particular day in Grand Rapids, it was like 95 to 100 degrees, somewhere around there. It was like mid 90s, and it was about that warm in the arena.
It was warm in there.
It was, which is surprising because it's a hockey arena, but
Hockey arenas are warmer than you think.
I guess, man.
But yeah, that was seeing Cody's entrance. It was almost kind of like a full circle moment for me because I mentioned it back, I think in episode 2, not to bring it up again, but just like coincidentally, because we were talking about the Slammies in that episode.
That's right.
Cody and his story back during, leading up to Mania 40 was the reason I got into wrestling in the first place.
Right.
So being able to see him in person with his full entrance was awesome. I think I look back at the recording sometimes because that was another one I got, and you can hear me singing the song, and about halfway through my voice just fades. Like it's still there, but like I lost my voice a little bit during that, which was cool. And the pyro was louder than I expected it to be.
Yeah, definitely.
Because on TV, it's not like that loud.
Right. But in person, it's like, got to remember, it's explosions, right?
Right. It's pyro.
It's pyro. So it was interesting. It's definitely cool, but it heated up that arena. I was dying,
sure did.
man.
Yeah.
Between
and
his
Cody
and
Rhodes.
Charlotte Flair's later.
Oh yeah.
And Cody Rhodes was spitting facts for real.
He sure was. So,
that's
Cody-
my favorite part of that.
It's
That
so
he does
good.
not say a single word.
He gets in the ring after his entrance, raises the mic, and then
You
Laying you
queuing
up
up
here.
a sound or
I'm laying you up here.
Jey Uso comes out.
I was kind of hoping you'd go
Just
like,
me,
ooh,
you."
so
No,
So
Jey Uso's entrance.
let's get a little
was-
more energy here.
That was probably that was such a cool thing to be a part of.
Yeah.
yeah, we
Yeah,
eat it
super cool.
and we'll eat again.
We
And
eat
we
again.
eat it.
I'll do it again.
Indeed.
I'll do it again. One more time. One more time.
And it was especially cool because we had found out that Cody and Jay's match was going to be on the Raw on Monday. So we were like, okay, well, we know Cody's here because of the bus, but we don't know anything about Jay being here. He's probably not going to be here, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
So that was just a pure surprise.
Yeah, the surprise of Jey Uso coming out was super cool. And being able to be a part of that entrance is awesome. Maybe that's the best part of the night. I keep saying that, but like thinking about it, that was awesome.
That was the best part of the night from a enjoyability standpoint.
Yes.
And it's not close.
The pipe bomb.
The pipe bomb was cool. Yeah. But like yeeting with Jey Uso
that was awesome.
That was kind of special. But this was the point where the people next to me, they just sat there so unenthused while the three of us are like yeeting our brains out and just going crazy. And I just look over, dude's just chilling in his seat. I'm like, dude, what are we doing?
You got to get into it, man.
$100 some for that seat.
I was going to say.
Get into it.
Especially because they were good seats. But
they were great seats.
Yeah, man. No, but yeah, that was a fun one. And then Sami Zayn comes out. They talk a little bit. I forget what they say. Kind of doesn't matter now at time of recording because,
Yeah. Sammy
King of the Ring has already happened.
I need this win for King of the Ring, blah, blah, blah.
That's
future world champ, same stuff he's been saying for the past month.
Yep. Then Randy comes in. His music was awesome. Everybody was into that. That dude is massive.
He's huge.
Like
huge.
Like you don't think that these guys there's a curve, right, with wrestlers where it's like we've seen guys like Andre the Giant. We've seen guys. Did we see Omos in person?
We did, yeah.
At ours, I was gonna say he had like a little tag team match with AJ at the house show that we went to. And he's a big dude. We've got big guys in this thing, and you kind of forget when you're watching on TV that guys like Sami Zayn and Jey Uso are bigger than the average dudes. And yeah. So that,
and then Randy comes out,
and then Randy comes out,
twigs.
And honestly, same with Cena.
Yeah.
Priest didn't come out at all, did he?
No, we didn't have Priest.
He had that backstage segment with Truth, and that was it.
With Truth and Aleister Black.
Yeah.
Ron? Black?
Ron?
That was Clinton. That was great.
That was so good.
Black.
But yeah, and then they should have done something during the commercial break because they went right into the Randy Orton, Sami Zayn, King of the Ring match, which includes, I think, the best Blue Thunder Bomb we've seen in a while.
It was a good one, yeah.
I really thought we were going to get it. I really thought he was going to win on that, but he never wins on that. So
yep, I bid on the Blue Thunder Bomb, but then I was like, oh.
Yeah, me too.
You never win.
It's like, oh, but wait.
I had to remind myself. I was like, oh, yeah, he's won maybe like once or twice in his last 40 matches with a Blue Thunder Bomb.
Right. Exactly. But that was a good match. It was it kind of started out slow, but they had some fun with the table.
They did, yeah. I forgot
the
about
announce
that.
table. And then, but Randy ended up winning, which I think was the right move.
Yeah. Yeah, because then it allowed for Sammy to do what he did at Night of Champions.
Yeah, which we'll talk about if we want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that match was good. And then so you had the the RKO that Sammy avoided.
Yeah,
And then
that's
he
right.
goes to line up his finisher, and Randy hits him with another RKO, and that's how the match ends. And just like
Yep.
RKO in person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's awesome.
So
One
I
of the
think
guys behind us was a really big Randy Orton fan, by the way. It was
Oh, yeah.
very comical.
Yeah.
That guy was funny.
That guy was
Um,
great. Look out, Randy! What are you doing, Randy? Get up!
No, that was really
He's the new Chad Gable guy.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That's very true.
Yeah, that's
I always forget about that kid. We were at a house show and like we were at a house show in what, 2022?
yeah, 22 and 23.
Because I think it was December, yeah.
Mhm.
But this was when the talk. I need to turn down the gain on my microphone. I don't know why it's up that high. Sorry, headphone users. This was when the talk of the town was Gunther versus Chad Gable for WrestleMania 40. And we got Gunther versus Chad Gable at a house show. And boy, that match was phenomenal. That was what that was.
Huh.
Yeah. And for the IC belt.
Right.
And it was awesome. I just remember being very thoroughly enthralled, except there was a little kid behind us that every 4 seconds was trying to get a "Let's Go Gable" chant going.
Let's go, Gable.
And it was, bless his heart.
Bless his heart,
Nobody was joining him.
No. So that's been a little inside joke for our group here
A while.
since then. Alongside Bobby Lashley. But we've explained that one.
Have we? Yeah, we have.
I think
We told
so.
That story.
Conveniently.
Yeah.
I think it was episode 2.
Oh, yep. You're probably right. You're probably very right.
No, it was episode 3. It was episode 3.
That's right. All I'm saying
During
is
your
that
game.
Bobby Lashley needs to we need to examine him and his capacity to control the power grid simply by appearing on screen.
Oh, man.
Anyway, if you don't know what we're talking about, go and listen to episode 3. If you do know what you're talking about,
Cool.
What was next on the show?
So you went
Oh,
up.
wait.
They
What was Jacob? What'd you think of the
yeah.
Randy Orton Sami Zayn match?
They led up really well into it with the on stage, like they're talking about. I do like how Randy was like, "Today is not that day," and he decided to, and I'm happy with how it turned out. I thought it was I don't know. I thought it was good. I think that there was some moment. I mean, like seeing those two in person, like you just realize how big wrestling. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy this match and was happy with the result.
Good.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Yeah, it was.
So at this point, that match concludes. And then on the screen, it says, up next. And it was Nia Jax walking to the ring. And for those who don't know, we are not the biggest Nia Jax fans.
I like Nia Jax when she has good matches.
Yeah, Nia Jax.
The problem
has
is
pretty bad reception in the
that's
arena.
Few and far.
Yeah. This was the point when they showed Nia Jax on the screen. I decided, you know what? I have to use the restroom. So I missed this entire next segment, and I did not mean to.
So I look over at Jacob maybe like 5 minutes ish, maybe after you leave. And I just looked at him. I said, "Oh man, Garrett's gonna be so ticked off." And he's like, "Why?" Well, you remember, I don't know if you know who Nia Jax is in a feud with right now. And then I, did the little watch thing. He's like, "Oh, he's going to be so mad."
Yeah, I kind of forgot that she was in a feud with Tiffy.
I totally forgot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as... Looking back at the show, I still think that was probably the best place to step out and take a break. But
yeah,
I am a little disappointed. But you got to do what you got to do.
Right. Yeah, so Nia comes out and probably says something about like how she's going to win the championship back, or, from Tiffany, who betrayed her, same cut and dry promo she's cut for the past 6 months. And then goes dark. Tiffany Stratton's music hits, and she's like, "Oh, Nia, blah, blah, blah." And they announce a street fight or last woman standing match for the following week. Which is all well and good. Naturally, Nia attacks Tiffany, and Tiffany's like, she's down. And Naomi's entrance music hits. Miss Money in the Bank, by the way. I bet. I was thinking that she was going to cash in.
I thought so too, but Nia Jax was not having it. Like, no way.
Nia Jax is not having it.
And I like how like it took like she kept trying to talk with the ref, and like it took like it was like a half 10-second conversation. So it's like you could have cashed in any time before that, but
right.
Storyline says nope, you can't. You have to have Nia Jax pull you now.
In typical Money in the Bank fashion, you have to confirm that you're cashing in 7 different times.
Yeah, I want to cash in
yes.
now.
I want to cash. Now. You want to do what? I want to cash in.
You want to crash?
This.
Crash?
You want to cash in this contract right now?
This contract right now for this title?
And
about another contract?
Localized entirely within in this kitchen? Yes. Can I catch it? No. Right here, this time of day, this arena, you're in Grand Rapids. You're welcome, Grand Rapids.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical.
Localized entirely within this arena. Yes.
Localized in this contract right here. Localized entirely in this briefcase.
Can I cash it? No. Nia Jax will kill you now.
Dead serious. That's what happened.
True.
There. That is exactly.
It really did happen like that.
That's really what it was. Yeah.
Can't even believe that. That's exactly what that was.
Yeah. So that was that segment. That was a fun one. And that's really all I have to say about that. Yeah. So the next one was set up by a backstage segment pretty much directly following the Bliss Asuka match. Where, Bliss is walking back. She's, obviously disappointed. Chelsea Green walks up and is like, "Hey, how's your nose? Blah, blah, blah. Ha ha, you." Typical fashion. And then Charlotte Flair shows up for some reason. I don't really remember why. Charlotte and Chelsea get into it. Long story short, they are now booked for a match.
Mm-hmm.
And so that match happens.
It happened.
I remember it being good.
It was a good match. I think that this was one of those that there was a lot of commercial break.
Yeah.
And yeah. So.
Yeah. So the match finishes with Charlotte tapping out Chelsea in the, using the figure 8. And seconds after Chelsea taps, Piper Niven and Alba Fire come in. Piper hits a nasty senton, which I thought was going to really hurt Charlotte's leg. If you look at the footage, it's kind of nasty looking.
Yeah.
But
when the
Yeah,
bell
so that
rung, and
happens.
then-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was
Ding, 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 ding.
wild.
That
Oh.
was gross, yeah. Like the fact, and it was on the one she just had
Right.
fixed too. So I was like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Like they keep running that angle, and I'm like, don't. When it's something like that, don't touch it. Don't even like
don't-
use it as a storyline.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. She's still wearing the leg brace. Don't
Right.
do that. So yeah, Charlotte gets jumped by Chelsea and Piper and Alba. As that's happening, here comes Alexa again for her third appearance of the night.
She's
I'm
back.
thrilled. I'm thrilled. Honestly, couldn't ask for any more as an Alexa fan, other than, you know, a win would have been nice, but she got 3 segments.
Got to do what you
Yeah.
gotta do.
The win would have been nice.
Win would have been nice.
Right.
You get a backstage segment, and she teams with the enemy. Congratulations.
Yeah. So
Indeed.
yeah, she runs out, she fights off helps Charlotte fight off Piper and Chelsea, and Alba gives Chelsea a nice little Abigail DDT.
Yep.
And she's just kind of standing there looking at Charlotte. Charlotte turns around, and they've had this whole, if you know your SmackDown, they've had this whole like, will they team? Are they going to be enemies, friends, frenemies type of deal going on for a bit now.
Good.
And a good bit, like since Alexa came back, basically.
Yeah.
Which I'd like to point out, she hasn't missed a show since she came back. I'm
Mhm.
thrilled. Even the Saudi show.
Even the Saudi show.
It was just a backstage segment, but you know, still counts.
Got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what you got to do. Point is, Charlotte again. You know, Alexa extends a hand of, you know, hey, I helped you. We can be friends now and have each other's back. Charlotte walks right past her,
Yep.
and so that continues. Alexa's obviously not thrilled about it, but
Yeah. I reckon we're getting a match at Revolution between the two, and then it's
Yeah.
you know, and then they team up afterward, maybe.
yep, that's exactly what's going to happen.
I.e.
Sure.
Bryan Danielson, John Moxley, circa 2022 Revolution, I think. Anyway, AEW
Perhaps.
people will know that. Otherwise,
And you know,
might not.
at the Fanatics Festival that happened the day after this show, actually.
Oh yeah.
Alexa had a panel, and a fan asked her, you know, what's the match you really want right now? She's like, yeah, I want Charlotte. So that's pretty much
Nice. Okay.
happening.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's got to happen.
yeah. So that's that segment. And at that point, I'm like, got my fill of bliss. Whatever happens, happens.
Yep.
And then immediately
Oh yeah.
we go here.
Oh yes. This is where we get this.
Solo.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. I love you.
I don't think he said that.
No, wait. Sorry. Other way around. Jake. I'll say it again. I love you. You. You was using me.
He was using me. So the promo he's reciting comes from the Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu confrontation.
Yep. Which was a good promo segment. The
That was good,
beatdown was
yeah.
also pretty good. Nice to see Jimmy Uso.
Yeah, we really got Jimmy too.
Yeah,
That's
we
crazy.
did. Yeah. Only complaint about the segment live. Wish we'd have seen the moonsault. I wanted to see how high that boy could go in person. Other than that, very good. Jacob Fatu has
Very
got
good.
some serious aura.
Oh yeah, he's got aura
Like-
on aura.
And Solo's entrance is really good. And he's got a little bit of aura as well, but not as much as Jacob Fatu. So there you go. The aura analysis of Jacob Fatu.
Yeah, our big revelation from this segment was that Solo's entrance is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so much cooler in person.
He has got the best entrance music that Def Rebel has done.
Bold claim. I don't hate it.
Can anybody willing to try and disprove it real quick? I'm running through names in my head. Can't remember Braun's off the top of my head. LA Knights is up there.
Like
But
I said pre-show, Tatum Paxley's got a good one.
I've not heard it, so I don't know.
It's good.
But okay, all right. LA Knight's got a good one, but I can bop to Solos. Like, Solos is like 5 seconds away from going on the hype playlist. You know what I mean? I'm being totally real with you.
Oh, yeah. Taking it all.
Def, Rebel, WWE theme songs. What else we got here? Penta's is cool. Seth's is cool.
Oh, yeah, Seth's is good.
Head of the Table is cool. I still think it's Solo. Yeah. Maybe
Fair.
Jay. Maybe Jay Uso. But
Ooh, so it just me.
right. But also that might just be a remix that Def Rebel did of his original of the Usos theme. Am I crazy? Or no?
It's very similar.
Right.
So you might be onto something.
Yeah. Bronson Reed's, I guess, is pretty all right.
Bronson Reed's is odd to me. I don't know.
He's a big boy, and they got to demonstrate that through the music. And I don't know.
Well, speaking of Bronson Reed.
Oh, yeah.
If we're all done with the Fatu and Solo segment.
Yep.
This is where the LA Knight Bronson Reed match happens. We've kind of gone over this one already.
Yeah.
The beatdown at the end was really cool. Braun Breaker can run very fast, and it's even scarier in person. If I walked into a bar and Braun Breaker was there and he was looking at me like he was getting ready to fight me, I would walk out of that bar.
Yep, I'm immediately turning right around. It's like is it from The Simpsons where he walks in, puts the hat on the hanger, does a circle, grabs the hat, and leaves?
Yep, that's exactly it.
That's the one.
Yep.
Perfectly encapsulates walking into a bar with Braun Breaker in an angry mode.
Exactly. Like, that dude can run, that dude can tackle. LA Knight has been written off of television. We've already kind of talked about that. I'm not, it's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
That takes us to the main event.
Indeed.
And honestly, I just noticed that this technically counts as a R-Truth win. So that's quite kind of cool, actually.
It does.
An LA Knight one as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because of DQ, that's cool.
DQ.
Yeah,
that's gotta hold some brownie points.
it's got to.
This segment was fantastic. So that's
the monologue. The monologue.
R-Truth versus John Cena. The entire reason that we decided to come to the show in the first place.
Yes. Yep. John Cena in particular, not the R-Truth match. Because
obviously months in advance, we didn't know R-Truth was going to have a match. And frankly, WWE didn't either because they weren't planning on keeping his contract.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens with Truth after this. I imagine we're getting a Priest feud now. I feel like that's what's next.
Yeah, Priest and or Aleister Black. One of the two.
We need a complete and entire divorce of Ron Killings and R-Truth, though.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, because he came out to What's Up, and to me, that felt weird in the building.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, because you got this super like serious version of R-Truth coming out to What's Up.
Exactly.
Like, it's not rapping the song like R-Truth would. It's just kind of like that pew, pew, pew.
Which is a good beat, but
that's great, yeah.
You know, come on.
But we're not getting with this or getting with that, so
ain't nothing up.
Nothing's
unfortunately. Up. But this match happened.
Kind of.
The hottest point in this match, I think, and I'm curious to see if you guys agree. I think that the best point in this match was when R-Truth or Ron Killings or whatever we're calling it at this point, hit the 5 moves of doom.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then the second that Cena gets up, kicks out, and does his own, that's where the match starts falling flat.
Yeah, I'd agree.
The rest of the match was kind of just angle. And
I'm
fine with that because of the post-match stuff that we had going on, but John Cena willing to take the count-out victory in a non-title match. Very heelish. Whatever.
Right.
Count-out loss. I don't know. But yeah.
You know what? We didn't even mention, like, what the arena was like when Cena's music hit. I know I'm a big entrance guy, so I remember these types of things, but
it was kind of mixed, wasn't it?
It was weird, yeah. Because we were loud. But, you had the
it's a
John
really
Cena sucks
weird
chant.
I was gonna say
John Cena,
there was a lot of John Cena sucks, and then by the time he finishes the promo, and I'm so happy that this came through on television. By the time he finishes the promo, we're like, oh no, this is cool. He finally got one, And I'm very happy that we got the promo that we did, which we can talk about now, unless anybody has any other thoughts on the match.
Not on the match, but just I wanted to comment on something with the saying, people are coming around. He had a segment on the Tonight Show a few days ago, and he was kind of talking about it a little bit, and like, I think people are finally starting to realize that we're over halfway done with the retirement tour, and it's almost over.
Right. I think that that's part of it. But I still feel like we were all just really happy that we got what at that point, and what I think is still now the best, or maybe second best, depending on your opinions, moment in the John Cena heel run.
Yeah, for sure.
Only being compared to the promo in Brussels.
That one was good. Yeah, right after he turned.
Yep, with that kid in the front row, phenomenal.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that Brussels attire is getting an elite figure. Can we get a John Cena pipe bomb figure with the Grand Rapids gear? Because I mean,
they're doing one every wave, if I remember right. They're doing
if they make that into a figure, I'm buying it. I'm pre-ordering it.
100%.
Because we were there. Yeah,
we were there, exactly. It's the entire reason I bought the shirt.
I bought the hat. Anyway, so yeah, the promo after this, CM Punk comes out, which huge pop. That was awesome.
That was
insanely huge
insane.
pop.
That was probably the loudest that the crowd was that night. Was when Cult of
100%,
Personality hit.
It was a different decibel level.
Yes,
Like we were loud for a lot of entrances, but that was different.
definitely. So he comes out, he starts beating on John Cena and gets him into the ring. At some point during the Truth match, Cena decided to bring out the Slim Jim table. Which, just curious, what are you guys' thoughts on the sponsored ring paraphernalia here? Like the tables and the weapons and such.
It's kind of it's too much. I mean, but
It gets to a point.
Right.
Like the ring mat sponsors, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But
The fireball ladder at Money in the Bank was kind of funny.
That one killed me. I was
That
like,
one
dude,
was kind
what?
of funny. But like, at what point are we going to get table spots for the sake of table spots for the sake of advertising Slim Jims?
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like so many table spots lately, and it's starting to lose its luster a little bit.
Exactly.
Like-
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't want. If they're going to use a table and it has a Slim Jim ad, fine. But I don't want them to be commanded by the Slim Jim to use the table when they're not going to normally. Like I don't want the ads to kind of, because instead of like taking the table out for a fun surprise, instead it's like, hey, Slim Jim here, you got to bring a table out right now because we got our ad on it. You know, I don't want them to dictate how the match goes because they're advertisements.
Like
That'd be
you
way
as
too
the
far.
gym guides.
That'd be I too was a Slim Jim guy. Oh yeah.
Exactly. But they got a lot of advertisement in this next episode, or in this next bit, because John Cena put CM Punk through the Slim Jim table, and CM Punk has to sell there for about half an hour.
Long time.
It was a very
half an
long
hour,
time.
20 minutes,
Yeah,
maybe.
15, 20 minutes.
15.
And the selling was a little rough. And I guess he did hit him with the title a couple of times. And that's a pretty devastating move in the world of wrestling. So take with it what you will on Punk's selling and stuff, because I've seen some negative comments about that. But the promo is pretty cool. So John Cena gets up on the top rope, sits there, which I heard somebody say that it was because he couldn't sit cross-legged in the ring, and I was like, maybe, but you know, I'm not going to say that. I forget who I saw saying that. Obviously they don't need credit, but anyway, he gets up on the top rope and he starts doing a promo a la the original CM Punk pipe bomb promo. I realize what's happening. A lot of other people in the arena realize what's happening. Did you guys realize what's happening? Because you guys are kind of new to the whole, like new-ish to wrestling over the past couple of years, I guess.
I did, because you know what? I think on the car ride over, we were fantasy booking. What if Cena, or what if there's another pipe bomb? We said, I think those exact words. And so as soon as he got up there and started talking, I was like, oh, that's what's happening. Okay. We're gonna reverse pipe bomb, not pipe bomb 2 like I thought.
Yeah.
Which fantasy booking.
The concept of a reverse pipe bomb is kind of cool. And I think it was executed very well. At least for the crowd in the building. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was great. Just being there to witness that. That was about halfway through the promo. I kind of realization hit me. We are witnessing wrestling history right now.
Right.
It's true.
Like we are here present for this massive thing that's happening.
And that's what it was. It was a moment in wrestling history that people, I think, are going to look back on for a long
because
time. Whether they liked it or they didn't. And it's been very controversial. I don't know if anybody else has seen some of that.
I've seen some stuff, yeah. But, you know, it's going to end up going down as one of, if not the biggest parts of the John Cena retirement tour.
It is. I think that this is the defining, arguably, other than the turn itself, this could be the defining moment in the heel turn if they do the rest right.
Right.
But I'm trying to find a breakdown of it.
Break it down.
Somewhere, like a good write-up. Maybe, I don't know. But what was that, June 20th?
June 20th, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Found an article.
I remember a few of the big ones.
Yeah, let's see if we can get to the pipe bomb bit. So some of the big ones, we'll kind of just let's go there. Where to start? When he started waving at the camera, I just want to say this real quick. When he started waving at the camera, and he ends up calling AEW's Claudio Castagnoli and then TNA's Nick Nemeth and Matt Cardona, I really thought he was going to say Cole Cabana. And I was a big AEW guy back when the whole brawl out situation was going down, and that was a very big part of it, was that Colt Cabana got brought up in a promo, and I was like, there was this small instance while I'm watching John Cena wave to the camera before he says anything where I'm like, he's gonna kill the CM Punk run in one move.
Oh, yeah.
And he didn't, and I'm like, yes, okay, good, very happy. But yeah, so that thought was in the back of my mind. But yeah. Let's see.
The other one
here.
that I remember when he was like, you used to be, you know, this big anti-establishment, and now you're the most pro-establishment. You're a capitalist. You're not a punk, you're a capitalist.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yo.
Yep. It was a very good promo. A lot of really interesting points, and I thought it was very interesting that you're pointing out the hypocrisy of the CM Punk character at this point. To the point that I think you could take that and have him turn heel. Maybe on Cody Rhodes going into WrestleMania 42.
Maybe. If Cody's not heel by then.
I don't know what I want to see. I would rather see a heel Punk. Because we're getting to the point now where we've been very casually building this Punk Rhodes match since the Royal Rumble 2022. We're sitting on it. It's a Mania main event. Make it next year's. I'm campaigning for it now.
Get your signs.
Indeed. Any other thoughts on the John Cena promo before we kind of wrap up our SmackDown discussion?
Let's say, I did like how he actually won the crowd over. I felt like
he did,
including me.
Me too. Won't lie.
I don't know how, but he just kind of changed the heel turn. He changed the heel turn opinion. Like he revived his heel turn from that.
He did, and I'll admit I have not. We'll We'll talk about the Night of Champions here in a minute. I have not watched that match. I should probably go and watch that match, so you won't see me reviewing the match itself, but we'll talk about some of the results and SummerSlam maybe and all of this other stuff. But yeah, it's like, I feel like in terms of my enjoyment and interest in the John Cena heel turn, it just massive uptick from just that promo alone. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned too, we were like, well, it could just be because we were there. But at this point, we're 2 weeks out now.
We're
roughly
still talking about it.
a week and change. Yeah, we're still talking about it. So
Yeah.
in a good light too. So if we were like, oh, you know what, it was only good because we witnessed it, that'd be a different discussion. But we're all actively still very big on the reverse pipe bomb.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So that at that point, we leave the arena, which was actually a lot more seamless than I would have expected.
Yeah, that was very easy to get out.
We walked back and we watched what was left of Major Leagues and Ghostbusters. So it was
Ghostbusters, yeah. So I had a couple like major takeaways in regards to being at the televised live event.
Yeah,
and that my biggest takeaway was, if you want to watch for specifically all of the segments, and be able to follow along perfectly and yada yada yada, watch it on TV.
Yeah.
But for the overall experience, the energy of the crowd and seeing these people and being able to, actually see all of the matches and not what got cut out from commercials. It's such a fun place to be. Such a good experience, especially when you get as good of an episode as we did.
Yeah.
But it also made me think about like all the big content creators and stuff that go to every PLE and go to, as many episodes of Raw and SmackDown as they do. I don't think I would want to do that. I kind of want to, it kind of needs to be more of a special experience for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's not something I want to repeat over and over and over, because then the energy, the crowd atmosphere and whatnot kind of, the specialness of it kind of goes stale.
Definitely.
And then you're just kind of at a show, not being able to fully follow along with everything.
Right. I think that part of that might have been down to, there were some audio issues in the arena early
There was,
on,
yeah.
Where I honestly can't even remember if we heard most of the Chelsea Green, Alexa Bliss, Charlotte Flair backstage bit.
Yeah, I caught about half of it. I remember sitting in the hotel room. I scrolled onto Twitter
right
once we got back and listened to it, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's what they said.
Yeah. Which is fine. It was fine, but I think that the live experience for like a PLE would be very interesting.
Right.
Especially looking at like Money in the Bank. Did the story beats of the Jacob Fatu turn on Solo Sikoa really hit that hard in the arena, not being able to hear what he was saying?
Right.
Or was it enough that he grabbed the leg? Which it might have been. It might have been. But also that was that cool arena in LA that's like really weird.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like mic'd up or something. I don't know. I doubt it, but maybe. Well,
Yeah, so that
brings
and
us- go
the
ahead.
commentator, not being able to hear the commentators too. I know we kind of touched on it a little bit with the Bliss and Asuka.
Yeah, it
moment,
made that moment a lot more confusing, but I mean, you know, you can't really pump commentary through the arena, so
Right.
I got that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a different experience
It is. It is.
because they do provide a lot of insight into what's happening in the match, and you know, some of the stories that are being created during the match, you kind of
Right.
they're harder to pick up without, you know, in this case, Tess and Wade
Right.
talking
And-
about it.
And they even, like, we keep talking about that spot in the women's final or semifinal there with Bliss on the top rope getting back down. Even something like commentary being able to quickly like say something that's like, oh, maybe she saw that Asuka was playing possum or whatever it was. You don't get that live, and so you're looking at that and you're like, oh, that's a botch, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
You
yeah.
see how I found any reason to bring the Bliss Asuka match back up?
Right, yeah.
Score one for the bingo card.
Genuinely, we might need to make a bingo card because it's
There seems to be some recurring moments on every podcast. Food, Bliss.
Garrett mentions Injustice.
Garrett mentions Injustice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the word I was looking for. I was in the car
Injustice?
on my way home. No, not Injustice.
Compartmentalized. That's another inside
compartmentalized.
joke. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, after we bought all that stuff, car got pretty we were all compartmentalized in that car. But no, in the car on the way home from work, either yesterday or today or whenever it was, I was thinking about, you know, talking about this segment on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was talking about seeing Bliss's entrance, I used the word fulfilled. Is that the word I used? Maybe it was something like that. But what I actually wanted to say is that when her entrance music hit, I was just in a state of pure bliss.
Yeah.
Alexa Bliss.
Oh my.
I had, as some may call it, a moment of bliss.
Yep.
So yeah, yeah.
Oh my. Oh my.
That was the word I was looking for.
Indeed. Do you guys want to quickly burn through the results of Night of Champions?
Yeah, we can talk about it real
Sure.
quick if you want.
Sure. Like I say, I have not seen the second half of this show. I will flat out hold my hands up and say that. A lot of stuff going on. Haven't been able to watch it. But okay, first of all, Cody Rhodes defeated Randy Orton to win I'll share my screen for you guys.
Okay, cool.
Sorry about that. This is excellent audio, by the way.
Indeed.
Cody Rhodes defeats Randy Orton to win the King of the Ring final. He gets a title shot at SummerSlam at some point. This is an interesting match. I do kind of want to talk about this one because I did watch this one. Both of them end up playing heel at some point in this match, and it's very
I caught that too.
Cody starts playing heel.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a good match until, and this is what completely took me out of the match, although I kind of got back into it with the finish because they're not officially in a rivalry, so you know you kind of got to do a little something here, I guess. Randy has got Cody set up for the punt, and
Right, yeah.
he hesitates to hit the punt that would have won him the match. I get it's his buddy. I get that Randy Orton is kind of a baby face right now. But it's Randy Orton. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, not hitting the punt there is interesting. Has he hit a punt since he came back? Is that what's going on? They're saving it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like they were going to pull it off in the Randy versus KO at Mania, but obviously that never happened.
Right.
I did see a tweet about that moment, though. That was so funny.
Oh, no.
It just said something like, this man's been he's been wrestling for, however many years, and now he stops listening to the voices in his head.
Right. Exactly. Like, I don't mean to, and this was not probably the best booking decision, and it's probably not the best example of a punt, but off the top of my head, sometime in 2020, in the pandemic, they're running Raw from a gym. Christian makes an appearance and is like, oh, well, Randy Orton and Christian are good buddies, but Randy Orton's a bad guy now. And so they have an unsanctioned match, and he punts Christian, who is, like, at this point, not an active competitor due to neck issues. And this is the story of the whole thing, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if you're talking about looking up to this character, if you're talking about caring about this character, and you're going to punt this one, but then you're going to, in the same situation on this one with Cody, you're not going to punt him? What's up? You know what I mean? And I get that that was years ago, but I still feel kind of weird about it.
Yeah, I thought it was a little weird, too, because at least in recent times, they've built his punt up to be, this huge thing. Like, he was only willing to do it
right
just recently against KO and maybe one other person.
Maybe.
But I don't.
But yeah,
remember.
it's a kill shot. And
yeah. So they've set it up as.
Yeah, exactly.
Set it up as like this move that he's only doing to people he vehemently hates right now.
Right. Exactly. But the match finishes with Orton going outside, grabbing a chair, at which point the referee's like, you can't bring a chair into the ring. What are you doing? So he takes the chair, and then behind the referee's back, Randy Orton takes off the turnbuckle pad, which of course gets reversed back on him after Cody sends him into it. Crossroads, King of the Ring. The post-match promo was kind of weird to me, and I don't know why.
It felt off too, yeah.
Yeah, the vibe was weird. I don't think it's time for a heel Cody Rhodes. Especially after seeing him live and everybody being like very happy with Cody Rhodes, you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. What do you guys think about him with King of the Ring and presumably challenging the winner of the title later in the night at SummerSlam?
I mean, we all saw this coming.
Yep.
That's really all I have to say.
Yeah, writing was on the wall at this point.
Yeah.
This is probably where he wins it back and Cena goes face and finishes out his run. Because at that point, he'll only have like 10 dates left.
Right. Which is not a lot.
No, it is not.
Not a lot. Not a lot. Rhea Ripley defeated Raquel Gonzalez and that was her old name, Raquel Rodriguez, force of habit. My gosh, how many years has she been Rodriguez? And I still do that.
As far as I remember,
I was gonna say it was a long time ago.
I know,
like
one
when
of
she
our
came up from NXT.
Yeah, one of our live events that we went to, she was there and she was Rodriguez.
Yep.
So
exactly.
It was either 22 or 23.
Yeah, I think she was last Gonzalez in 21. So I don't know. Anyway, this match was fine.
Dare I say, this was my dark horse match of the night.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of action, maybe from what I've seen, because I turned off to get food when Solo was making his entrance and never came back. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, that's where this was going. It was a very interesting match. Roxanne Perez making a run in was very welcome.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the end of this match.
Oh, yeah. The end is great.
The end was great. It's kind of got me a little bit more back on Rhea Ripley's side here. Just because that was a cool move. And that's how my mind works with wrestling. They set up a table in the corner as like a platform. They set it up on the top rope in the corner. They stand on this platform, and Rhea Ripley delivers a riptide from said platform. Very cool.
Very cool.
Very cool.
I believe commentary said it was an avalanche riptide.
Yeah.
It's the term they used.
Yep.
Riptide.
Riptide.
So yeah, good
Yeah,
match. Solid stuff. Expected result.
Right.
Are we getting Rhea Ripley, Roxanne Perez at
No.
Evolution?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Nope.
What do you think?
So here is, remember earlier, I don't know if we were recording yet or not,
know this.
where I said that I had something to talk about that was in regards to this match. So while I was watching the match, I, as of Bad Blood,
Okay.
maybe.
Yep.
I'm trying to timeline my Rhea Ripley hatred.
Right. Yeah.
Very avid Rhea Ripley hater. During this match, and I guess it probably stems from the Mania 41 match as well, I was starting to get back on Rhea's side a little bit.
Oh.
And my whole thing was, I really like Rhea as long as she's not, inserted into the title scene 24/7. I can get behind her. Rumor comes out today. Evolution is going to be Rhea Ripley versus Io Sky. And I was immediately back out. So, yeah, that's...
See,
I was like, wait, this match was a lot of fun to watch. That's really cool.
yeah.
I hope she gets more matches like this and isn't just, title fodder. Io Sky versus Rhea Ripley. Yeah. Okay.
Right. I wonder if they're going to do that, but also there's this looming specter almost of the ghost of Liv Morgan's last feud with Nikki Bella.
Indeed.
I think, and they need to be careful of how they build it for Evolution, but I think that you could do, because I don't want to see Rhea Ripley versus Io Sky. It's going to be a good match. It was a good match on Raw, even though it ended kind of badly with the Bianca situation.
Both times, yeah. Oh, no, the first time ended great.
Yeah, true.
The
The triple threat was the match of the year for me.
Yep, me too.
I don't want to see it because I don't think that the story needs to go there. What I want to see, just thinking about it, Rhea Ripley and Nikki Bella versus Raquel and Roxanne for the tag belts. I think you could build it right. You've got this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
think
it'll
that
depend
worked.
if Brie Bella gets the call.
Right. That worked obviously better when Liv was not injured. I don't know if you can
Infinitely better.
run that anymore
I was
because
gonna
Nikki
say.
doesn't have problems with anybody but Liv.
Right.
And
And
obviously,
they haven't showed her
shed a
on
tear.
television since, yeah.
Yeah. Did we mention? No. Oh, we didn't. We didn't mention that last episode.
What?
It was the Liv
The
Morgan
injury
injury.
thing?
Yeah, we didn't
thought we
mention that
did.
last episode. We didn't because
Liv Morgan's out, and I'm very disappointed with the
I
shoulder
was
injury.
distraught.
Yeah.
So, just a quick little tangent here. The last episode we recorded, we ran super late one night doing the main
that's
part of the
right.
podcast. And so the next night, which was the Monday, we recorded the game segment. And at this point, Raw is happening. And so we wrap up the game, and I'm just like, all right, cool. I'm going to go watch after we, discuss a few things regarding the trip, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
And Jacob goes on, I don't know if you were on Instagram or where you were.
Twitter.
Right.
Twitter.
You were like, you said something along the lines of, oh man, Isaac, when you watch tonight, be just so upset. And I was like, oh, don't tell me, because I was thinking,
it was an
Stephanie,
angle.
or there's
Right.
not even that, because he didn't actually say that it was an injury or anything like that. My first thought was, oh, the Queen of the Ring match
Right.
was, which was Asuka, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Which, another side note on the side note, that match was awesome. Go.
Yep.
I was thinking, oh
And
man, they had
the two
one of the filler people win that match and not Asuka or Stephanie.
Right.
And then I'm like, wait, did Liv Morgan get injured? And you're like, yeah. And I was just so sad that entire episode watching Raw. It was,
Yeah.
but yeah, long story short, Liv Morgan's out for like 6 months with a dislocated shoulder.
And
Going to be a
disappointed.
while. Yeah.
Yep. Isaac,
That
do me a
sucks.
favor, unplug and plug back in your mic for me while we rock here. So Rhea Ripley, Raquel Rodriguez, good match for the most part. The ending is great. They still don't know what they're going to do with the tag titles at time of recording. I imagine it's going to be Freebird rule, and Roxanne's going to get the call to hold the belt. Which good for her. Good for her.
Good for her.
Good for her. Up next was
Sammy.
Sami Zayn defeating Karrion Kross. I don't know when Isaac's going to get back, so I'm just going to keep going.
I've been back. I'm good.
Oh, okay, cool. I was building Lego and watching the pay-per-view, and I think I missed most of this match because I was kind of not into it. The Saito suplex is sick. The Doomsday Saito thing, also sick. About all I got to say in this match.
I watched that and I was like, oh my god, he's gonna kill Sammy.
He's gonna kill him in Saudi, and then he didn't. So the Karrion Kross push is over. So what did you guys think of what are you guys' thoughts on the whole Karrion Kross situation? And is this a sign that he's going to get more of a push, or is this the final nail in the coffin?
Well, I kind of was hoping he'd win the match, but I know since in Saudi, I figured Sammy would take the win. But I was kind of hoping he'd win and then he'd get a more prominent role. But it seems like they're not sure what to do with him yet, or they're kind of experimenting.
Right. Isaac, what do you think?
I think Kross is one of the best storytellers that they have right now. I think.
Interesting. Okay.
And wrestling wise, he's fine based on this match. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen him in a ring.
Yeah.
And, given the opportunity to really wrestle. Because I remember back in whenever it was, he was doing his whole thing with the New Day. I was like so done with Cross and AOP and that whole group. But I'm on the Cross train.
Right.
Even after this match, I'm like, you know what? Is he the best wrestler ever? No.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking up something while we were talking there. Like I say, I did not watch this match in its entirety, and I feel bad about that. Did he take a back bump during this match? And did you guys
he took
see
several.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, good.
He took a lot.
Did you guys see the report that was like, oh, Karrion Kross is not getting a push because he refuses to take back bumps? And it's like, okay, if you're a wrestler, is not a decent portion of your job taking back bumps?
Right.
So it's like, and they have evidently been disproved by Sean Ross Sapp, but very interesting that
I saw that,
discourse-
and so when that match was happening, I was watching very specifically for every time. And
yeah,
you mentioned Sean Ross Sapp. He on Twitter, he did a thread while he was watching that match of every time Cross took a back bump.
right.
So he was like, "Yo, he did another one. He got another one."
Well, it was really
that was
funny
great.
because there was conversation around him taking or allegedly not taking or refusing to take back bumps. And then there was another conversation on another plane of meta, I guess, however you want to phrase that, so in this match with Sami Zayn, is he either A, not going to take any back bumps, or B, prove that he can by just taking as many as he possibly can through the match?
Yep.
We have a nice happy medium. But yeah, very interesting. The crowd was very quiet during some of the entrances in Saudi, by the way.
Yeah.
Specifically Raquel and Cross. It was
Yeah,
like,
but I mean, the Cross one you can explain. They love Sammy,
right.
but the Raquel one, she is the Robin to Batman, to put it that way.
Yep.
So nobody really cares that much Robin solo until they're Nightwing, but that's something else.
Solo Sikoa defeated Jacob Fatu to win the United States title with the help of a returning. Which Tonga is it? I can't
It's the GOAT.
find it. I know it's the goat, but I can't remember his actual name. Tongaloa.
That's Tongaloa. Yeah.
And a debuting Hikuleo, who is allegedly going to go by the moniker of Tala Tonga. Allegedly, because he's taller than the rest of them.
That would be awesome.
Taller Tonga.
I don't know if that's actually why, but you look at the picture on the WWE website here, and he's like a head taller than the rest of them.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's huge."
He's
obviously
massive, dude.
We didn't see that. Dark match,
Right.
so I had no idea the size on this guy, and I was like, "Dude, he's a beast."
Yeah, no, he's a big dude. Like I say, I did not catch this match. But the clips that I've seen of it look very good. I think it's the right result. I would imagine at SummerSlam we're getting Bloodline rules
It's gonna be Bloodline rules.
or something.
Maybe
Samoan street fight, something like that.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Which is essentially just Bloodline rules.
Bloodline rules. Jade Cargill defeats Asuka to win the 2025 Queen of the Ring. I completely and entirely missed this match. I agree with the result. When does Naomi cash in?
Right.
That's the story. That's the story. So
Yeah,
she
'cause
cash
at this
in
point,
before
we are-
SummerSlam, in SummerSlam, at Evolution?
Yeah, at this point, that gives
wait.
us a time limit. Naomi has to cash by or at SummerSlam.
Right. Exactly.
I don't think you can wait any longer than that.
No, I completely agree.
You have Jade on the brink of beating Tiffany. Naomi pops up, smokes Jade with the briefcase, and cashes in 1, 2, 3. Naomi's champion.
Yep. Exactly.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, wait, right after Jaded. Jaded.
Yep, right after
1,
Jaded.
2, back of the head with the briefcase.
Yep.
Bang.
Exactly.
Phenomenal. Last comment I'll make there. Jade Cargill always has a tendency to inspire her gear off of Storm from X-Men. That's awesome.
I saw that. I was like, yo, that's so sick.
Storm is one of my favorite X-Men characters. So it's awesome to see that whenever she does that. So, and this gear in particular with all the additional covering for Saudi Arabia looks excellent.
Yeah, that was W gear work. My take on that match, it kind of seemed like Asuka was doing a bit of heavy lifting.
Right.
I know this was the expected result. It's the correct result. I would have loved to see Asuka win.
Right.
Because of the at least current situation being Asuka versus Io at SummerSlam.
Right. Which would be an excellent match.
That would be excellent. And I would have loved to see that. But, obviously this was the result we were going to get. We drew it up from day one.
Yep. But Naomi and Jade Cargill at WrestleMania was absolutely amazing.
It was great, yeah.
So I am excited about that match in the future. The question to me is, at present, the match is Jade Cargill versus Tiffany Stratton.
Yep.
Which has a large question mark over quality, if we're being honest. Not that I don't think that they could put on a good match, because I think that they could put on an excellent match, because you look at the reception for Tiffany and Nia this past Friday, and Tiffy has some good matches, and Jade has some excellent matches when she has a good dance partner. So I'm like, what are we going to see here? Nothing against any of the performers personally, but from a television viewer perspective. There you go.
Yeah.
I always feel like I have to, whenever I criticize, I always have to say something like that. You know what I mean?
I get it, yeah.
And finally, in order to retain the undisputed WWE Championship, John Cena defeats CM Punk. What? Penta came out?
He did.
Can you run down the
Penta
finish of this
appearance?
match or no?
Yeah, because I watched this an hour before we started recording.
Okay, sick. Great.
So-
I have not gone
Fresh in
back
the
and
mind.
watched this yet.
I'll
fresh
try
in the
to
mind.
remember it as best as I can.
No,
From
number
a tech-
one, is it worth rewatching? Or is it worth me going back and watching it when I have time?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say, I would argue that it's the finish aside. I would say that it's the best we've seen a John Cena match
Oh, good.
thus
That's
far.
what I was hoping for. Okay.
Whether that's because, it's Punk there, or he's finally got his heel persona figured out
Right.
when it comes to the wrestling. Who knows? But yeah, it's a decent match. One note that I have, and it's not just this match, but it's just Cena in general. I feel like the attitude adjustment has to be the most kicked out finisher of all time.
It's gotta be.
Because, like, spoiler alert, Punk kicked out of it 3 different times.
Right. Yep.
So there's that. But yeah, so the match ensues. They go back and forth. Oh yeah, I forgot. There was Cena was going for the shoulder tackles, and Punk dodges. Ref gets hit.
Oh yeah. I did see the bump that Charles Robinson took.
Oh my gosh, I rewound that like 3 times. It was like, that's insane.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was awesome.
Was wild.
Yeah, so I want to go back to the other Cena matches to see who the ref was, because this was Dan Angler again.
Yeah.
So I'm headcanoning that him and Cena are actually working together. So whenever Cena's in a bad spot,
oh, kind of like
the ref just so ever casually goes missing.
Interesting.
Obviously, it's not real, but
right.
That's my headcanon, and I'm sticking to it.
Kind of like a WCW did a thing where Nick Patrick, a referee, was on the payroll of the NWO. So like he would just rule in their favor all the time. Anyway,
right.
There's my nerd showing.
History lesson of the day.
Yeah.
So at some point, Punk gets the upper hand, hits a GTS, covers Cena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ref's not there.
Right.
As per literally every John Cena title match thus far.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at that point, does Punk get... No. At that point, Seth comes out with his cronies.
Ah, yes.
And they put Punk through the Arabic announce table.
Nice.
And then... Oh, what's the time here? I think that's when Penta comes out.
Yeah, I'm seeing here, I'm looking at the WWE write-up here. Another referee runs down to the ring, gets taken out by Cena, who confronts Rollins.
Good.
That's when Penta and Sami Zayn show up.
Yep.
They attack Braun Breaker, taking him out with an immense dive. I don't know what that means. I hope that's a good finishing move. Reed looks set to hit the tsunami on Cena, but Punk shoved Reed off the top rope, allowing Cena to hit an AA on Reed. Whoa.
Yep. That did happen.
Punk had Cena ready for a GTS, but Rollins clobbered Punk with the briefcase before hitting the stomp, allowing Cena to pin Punk.
Yeah.
Okay.
One segment I'll point out in between. So it was right after they tag teamed Bronson Reed.
Yeah.
Punk and Cena just kind of stare each other down for a second. Punk offers a hand. Cena takes it. They pull in. And it's shades of Elimination Chamber with Cody.
I did see that.
But Punk's like, yeah, nah, man, we're not doing all that. And counters it.
Nice.
Which was a good callback.
I'd like if Seth and Cena were on the same side.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with this Punk story. I feel like the Seth Rollins situation at this point is kind of weird to me, because he's like, I'm going to use the Money in the Bank briefcase to save wrestling. And I know he's a heel right now. And it's like, okay, so then your target should be John Cena.
Right.
So don't even look at Gunther. Don't do it. Don't look at Goldberg. Don't do it. Cash in on Cena. Simple as that. Is that the finish at SummerSlam?
I was just thinking about that. Heist 2.
Right. Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. And that's where you have Cena as more of a face versus heel Rollins, because they already have that
Right.
with tonight, or not tonight, but, Night of Champions.
Does that
they
take
have
us to
that-
Perth?
It does.
That might
Which
be
they've
it.
already announced he will be there, so.
Yeah, so that might be it. I mean,
That might be it.
that might be a good direction.
Yeah.
Oh man, I in the back of my mind, I keep just thinking, boy, The Rock has made a mess of this whole thing, because I also want
He
him
sure
to come
has.
back at some point. But who does
Kinda
he
needs to.
side with if he ever comes back? I'm like, does he side with Cena, or does he side with Rollins?
The Cody offer is still out there.
And that too. Wild.
Wild
He
scenes.
really did just show up that one night.
Showed up that
Absolutely
one
insane.
night because of low ticket sales and ruined wrestling for the rest of the year.
Yep. Or
You blew it.
I don't think that he ruined.
No, ruined is taking it far, but
I don't know.
changed
He
for
complicated wrestling for the rest of the
Complicated.
year. Complicated wrestling storytelling for the rest of the year. Which arguably he did in and around WrestleMania 40 as well, but they elected to pivot and go with the Cody match instead of Roman Rock, which they should have done.
if they were ever going to do it, they should have done it there. Yeah.
You still have the opportunity to do a Rock Roman match, and I think it could be really good, but you need to do it when you got to do it at WrestleMania. I really think that it should have been either WrestleMania this year or WrestleMania next year. But Dwayneson is being weird here. There's another one for the bingo card.
The Dwayneson.
Dwayne.
That's a good bingo card right there.
It is.
And compartmentalized.
Of course.
Yeah. So that is pretty much everything that has happened at Night of Champions. We have talked a little bit about our speculations going into SummerSlam. Any thoughts on anything coming up? Or when in regards to the wrestling? Or I know that, so peel back the curtain. We don't really have an official sanctioned game for today, but on the spot, I'm still going to do a quick game if that's okay with you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
And I will have one next time, I promise.
Absolutely. At which point I am coming for Isaac's title. But tonight.
Let me channel my heel persona real quick so I can find a good comeback there, because I turned heel last episode.
Yes, you did. You did
turn heel.
Yeah. I'll figure something out.
Indeed.
I was cast to lose. It was a sham.
But a non-title rematch
Skill
this week.
issue.
As we get ready to move into the game. But do you guys have anything else you want to say about the wrestling or anything else this week before we do?
Well, I'm curious what's going to happen on Monday night. I mean, I know a few things, but curious about that. And I mean, they'll already have seen this by the time this is out, but we haven't seen it yet. So I'm curious what happens. And then lots of good wrestling this summer. So I'm hyped for SummerSlam. I'm hyped for. We got a new main event too soon, don't we? The Saturday Night main event in 2 weeks or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
with,
believe July the 11th is when that's happening.
Oh,
That
let's
is
talk
close.
about that real quick because we're not going to be able to record until after that.
Oh,
what
yeah,
are you guys
we're
thinking about Gunther Goldberg?
It's going to be
a good
Gunther,
match?
but I mean, I would say it's going to be like a good nostalgia or like a good kind of like nostalgia baiting match with Goldberg, but I think it'll be good.
It'll be, not to steal your phrase, Garrett, aggressively fine.
Have you guys...
It'll be next. It'll be your next.
Have you guys watched any Goldberg matches?
I have not, honestly.
Okay. There's two ways that this can go down. You either have a competitive match between Gunther and Goldberg, which has the potential to be solid, but if it goes on too long, it's not going to be it's going to be like mediocre at best.
Yep.
Alternatively, we could bear witness to a murder. And that could be a good direction for this match. And then you do a rematch at SummerSlam. I think Goldberg should kill Gunther. 3 moves, done.
That'd be amazing.
2 spears, 1 jackhammer, done.
4 letters, 1 word, kill.
Sorry.
Next.
4 letters, 1 word, kill.
Kill!
Kill. Bingo card.
Yep. Actually, I don't think that we've introduced Steve Harvey Kill to the podcast yet.
Yeah.
That's the new one. Kill.
That's one of the bits that we do, though. That's what I think about that match. If you want some homework, go watch. You could watch any of the, I think it was 2017 Goldberg Lesnar. Any of those, they're probably on YouTube. The one that I really always enjoy with Goldberg is 2019 SummerSlam. It is him and it is Dolph Ziggler. And if you know anything about Dolph Ziggler, that dude can bump.
Yes, he can.
That's what you need with Goldberg.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that's a good match. All right, so now time for the unofficial game non-title rematch. I have got 3 shows pulled up on cagematch.net. We're going to play the cage match game, boys. This is something that we do
the cage match game.
in our spare time whenever we get bored and are all together. What's going to happen is we are going to go through each match on each of these shows, and Cage Match has ratings. So you're going to try and guess the rating that the match gets on Cage Match. This is all off the top of my head, so bear with me while we figure this out. We'll be doing points. Closest wins. We're not doing Price is Right rules, so you can't go over. I reckon. Yeah. You can't go over.
Yeah.
We will do all of the matches on the card that have them, that have ratings on Cage Match, and then we will do the show itself. Sound good? The show itself will be worth 2 points.
Sounds good.
All right, let me set up a scoreboard with a piece of paper and a pen.
Scoreboard.
Isaac, you are the champ. Isaac, you're the champion. You get to guess first. We'll go in snake order. So for the first match, Isaac will go, then Jacob, and then on the next match, Jacob, then Isaac, and then back and forth. Okay, the first show is the Smackdown from June 20th, 2025, emanating from Grand Rapids, Michigan. You guys excited?
That would be that one.
Yeah, so the first match with a rating is the Queen of the Ring 2025 semifinal match, Asuka versus Alexa Bliss, going 9 minutes and 25 seconds. We've already done the breakdown of it, kind of. 120 Sorry. 132 votes for this match. Isaac.
And it's out of 10, correct?
It is out of 10. So between 1 and
Okay.
10. Isaac. Love the buzzers.
Anything to get the bit in.
I had to do it. I had to.
Yeah,
do it.
you got to do it. I kind of said it like
Gotta
that
make it
too.
worth it. I'm gonna go with a solid 7.2.
Okay, Isaac says 7.2. Jacob.
I'm thinking low too. I'm thinking like 7.6.
7.6. The score was 6.32.
Oh,
I figured
I
it'd
was
be low like
wondering. I was
That
wondering
point
if
will
that
go
ending
to
would
Isaac.
change it.
that. Yeah, I was letting my bias pull me up a little bit higher.
I was wondering if that the ending was going to make it so it would lower the score. I think that makes sense. 6 point something makes sense for that.
Right.
And I
As
can't
we-
really
Didn't know
even
how low.
be that mad at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we move forward, it is important to recognize that this is based purely off of match quality, not necessarily the quality of any angles or anything like that of the show or of the matches.
Indeed.
That being said, King of the Ring 2025 semifinal match, Randy Orton defeating Sami Zayn in 11 minutes and 25 seconds. That match did not feel like it was that long. 556 votes. Jacob, how much did it get?
8.2.
Jacob says 8.2. Isaac.
7.9.
7.9. Isaac takes it with 7.42.
Okay. Respect.
I would have put it closer to where we put it, but
Yeah. No, I agree. It was about an 8. For a bonus point, we'll start again with Jacob. What did the Wrestling Observer newsletters, Dave Meltzer, give it out of 5 stars? Bearing in mind he can technically break his own scale, but it's out of 5 stars.
only if it's a Will Ospreay match.
Does he do point stars, like point something, or is it just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
He does. It's normally like quarters and halves.
Okay. I'm gonna say 4.25 out of 5.
4 1/4. Isaac?
3.5.
Jacob gets the point on that one. It was 4 on the dot.
Oh,
Okay.
This is the
Beat me
only
with
one
the
on
quarter.
the show. Yeah, this is the only one on the show with a observer rating. So I
Interesting.
believe that that's
so when you said, when you say he breaks the scale, he goes past 5. Is that what you mean?
yeah, like
Okay.
there's some Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay matches that are like 5.5, 6, stuff like that.
Oh,
And then I think
Gotcha.
that there's one match. I'm gonna Google it. Dave
Jamie?
Meltzer, lowest rated match. Lately, yeah, there it is. Nikolai Volkov versus the Iron Sheik. No, sorry. Nikolai Volkov and Sheik versus the Bushwhackers. Does he have the rating on this page? No? Okay. Interesting. It is said to be... Oh, yeah. It was rated... This is funny. It was rated negative 459 stars or negative 273 stars when using metric. Which is phenomenal. It was that bad.
That's
Anyway, back to the game. Charlotte Flair defeating Chelsea Green with Alba Fire and Piper Niven in 7 minutes 25 seconds with 101 votes. Isaac, where
Flat
does this
6.
one fall?
Flat
Flat
6.
6.
Ooh,
Jacob?
a 6.7.
Isaac takes this one. It is a 4.75.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it was a rough one.
That's brutal.
Yeah, I think a lot of it got swallowed by the commercial break.
It did, yeah.
So, yeah. I think in person it was probably better, but, you know.
And that's the interesting thing about this game is that we have a slightly different
view
on it.
We have a slightly different view, yeah. 4.75 for that one. LA Knight defeating Bronson Reed with Braun Breaker and Paul Heyman via DQ. 7 minutes 45 seconds. 95 votes. Jacob, what was this match given?
I'm gonna go 7.4.
Wow, that's high.
That's a lot higher than I was gonna go.
All right, Isaac, what were you gonna give it?
I was gonna go like a 5.5.
Yeah, Isaac's
That
gonna
low,
take
I
that
think
one.
is pushing it.
Yeah, Isaac's taking that one at 4.93.
I do kind of forget that they're pretty harsh on this website.
They are, especially with WWE matches. Full disclosure.
Indeed.
I dropped my pen. I will grab my backup pen for the non-title match between R-Truth and the WWE champion John Cena. He defeats him via DQ. It is past midnight. In 5 minutes, 58 seconds with 118 votes. Again, I reiterate, this is the match itself, not the post-match angle. Isaac, what are you thinking?
3.8.
Okay, 3.8. Jacob?
4.6.
It is 2.9.
Oh.
So Isaac is going to
He's
take
low.
that one as well. And finally, for 2 points.
0.9.
Yeah, 2.9.
Wow.
And finally, for 2 points, what was the show overall given out of 10? With 85 votes.
Is that based on overall, including promos and whatnot, or is that still strictly match quality? Or does it not really describe that?
What an excellent question.
I think you could probably judge it based on the rating it has.
They have actual official rules, and I am trying to judging, which is very interesting. I like that. It looks like it's mostly about the behavior of the people judging, so that's fine. We'll say the over... Yeah, I would reckon it's match quality, just looking at the score.
Okay. Got it.
Jacob, what do you think that it is for 2 points?
Overall, I'm gonna give it a 6.
6 on the dot. It is decimaled.
Yes. It's
Okay.
decimaled.
I was going to go 6.7.
6.7. Jacob gets the 2 points. It is 6.37.
Ooh, wow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That math doesn't math.
Does that math not math?
Oh, that math does math. I'm thinking, yeah, nope. That math.
Okay. All right. Cool. Please call me out if the math does not math.
Does it? No, I think because I was 6.7, right?
Because you went 6.7,
So that's a 20 or 33 difference. So I'm over 0.33. And Jacob was under 0.37.
That's right. Yep, that's right. So Jacob,
Here we are.
Jacob
doing
ekes it
decimal
out
math.
by 0.07. That's funny. That's
Whoa.
funny that came that close.
That's a close one right there.
So the end of the first round goes to we are at Isaac 5 points, Jacob 3. That brings us to Friday Night Smackdown, emanating from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on the 27th of June, 2025. This was taped and then aired later that night. In the U.S., and presumably on Peacock. Not Peacock, Netflix. The other one. It's fine. Exactly. JC Mateo defeats Jimmy Uso in 5 minutes and 59 seconds with 69 votes.
Nice.
Who did we leave off with? Was it Jacob or Isaac?
I think I did the last one first, didn't I?
All right, Isaac, go. I'm trying to speed up the game. It's past midnight.
Yeah. 3-7.
3-7. Jacob?
4-2.
4-2. It is 4-5-4. Jacob gets to take that one. There we go. For the WWE Women's United States title with 88 votes, Julia defeating Selena Vega in 7 minutes, 33 seconds. What is the rating, Jacob?
7.5.
7.5. Isaac?
4.1.
4.1. Math. Isaac takes that one. It is 5.46.
That's generous.
Wee bit. Not that I saw a whole lot of that match.
I did.
Yeah, I missed SmackDown. Tag team match with Andrade and Rey Fenix defeating DIY in 14 minutes. Moses. 55 seconds. With 105 votes. Isaac, what did it get?
7.8. That match was great.
7.8. Jacob?
7.2.
7.2. It is 7.82.
Dang.
So right on the money there, Isaac.
Bang!
Okay.
From the logo. Bang!
WWE Tag Team title match. The Street Profits versus the Wyatt Six evidently went to a no contest. I'm not aware of what the finish to this match was. 6 minutes and 30 seconds with 71 votes. Jacob, what are we thinking?
5.3.
5.3. Isaac.
5.7.
5.7. This goes to Jacob because it was 3.58.
Wow.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Yeah. This one was panned by the audience. I don't even know if that's the right term. WWE Women's Title Last Woman Standing match. Tiffany Stratton retains against Nia Jax in 17 minutes and 26 seconds with 91 votes. Jacob, what did it get?
6.3.
6.3. Isaac.
7.1.
7.1. Jacob takes this one. It is 5.84.
Really? I thought people liked it.
Yeah. I
Interesting.
thought that people liked it too, but cage match is a different animal.
It sure is.
It really is. That brings us to the show for 2 points. Isaac, what do you think that the show overall has a rating of?
5.2.
Isaac says 5.2. Jacob.
6.2.
6.2. My math is actually mathing this time. 6.2 is closer to 5.9. So Jacob does take that. That brings us to Jacob 8 points, Isaac 7.
Dang.
Yo, what?
And finally, as if you could probably guess at this point, our last event that we're going to do this evening is WWE Night of Champions 2025 of the 28th of June of 2025, broadcast live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We start with the King of the Ring final match for 2025. Cody Rhodes defeating Randy Orton in 19 minutes 48 seconds. 209 votes. Isaac, Jacob, what did it get? what rating did it get?
8 flat.
He's saying 8 flat. Isaac?
7-2.
7-2 is closer to 7.4 than 8. So Isaac gets the point there.
Nice.
It is 7.42. Good match by all account, and it was a good match. I was pretty happy with that match. With 191 votes on the rating is a Riyadh Boulevard street fight. Rhea Ripley defeating Raquel Rodriguez in 14 minutes and 4 seconds. Jacob, what are we thinking on this one? I forget who is actually going first. I'm pretty sure that it's Jacob.
I think it is me.
Okay. Jacob?
I'm gonna go with 5.8.
5.8. Isaac.
6-4.
Taking it to 6-4. Isaac takes the point with 7.12.
I was going to go there. But I was like, oh, that would be massively overshooting it.
Right.
That's unfortunate.
Indeed. What else do we have here? Sami Zayn defeating Karrion Kross with Scarlett in 13 minutes and 32 seconds. 191 votes on the rating of this match. Isaac, what are you thinking?
5.4.
5.4. Jacob, what are you thinking?
5.9.
5.9. That's the second time that Isaac has done this. I promise I'm not sharing my screen. It is 9.41.
5.41.
Yeah, so yes, 5.41, not 9. Did I say 9?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. I was like, wow, they really like that match.
No.
Darn good show.
It is 5.41, so Isaac takes the point.
From the logo.
From the logo.
WWE United States title match. Solo Sikoa defeating Jacob Fatu in 12 minutes and 8 seconds with a lot of shenanigans. 176 votes on this one. Jacob, what are you thinking that the rating is?
That's a lot of votes. I'm thinking 7.6.
7.6. Isaac?
I was going 7.3.
7.3. Isaac is going to take this one because it is 5.65.
Oh. I was off.
Indeed. It's all right. Brings us to the Queen of the Ring final match with Jade Cargill defeating Asuka. My leg just started cramping.
I hate when that happens.
8 minutes, 34 seconds. There's about 3 or 4 things here that might be the intro to the podcast, and I'm just going to have to make a decision, and it's going to be rough. And that's one of them. Jade Cargill defeating Asuka in 8 minutes, 34 seconds with 186 votes. 1 second while I look at the thing and do another thing. Moses. Jacob, what do you think that the rating is?
8.2.
Interesting. 8.2. Isaac?
Huh. I'm going to go 5.9.
Yeah, Isaac's going to take that one. The cage match rating for that is 4.18.
Yeah.
Dang. Cage match is brutal.
They're kind of right.
Well, yeah, they do spit facts.
Sometimes.
Other than the
Finally.
Nia Bailey one from Bad Blood.
We should do Bad Blood after this.
Ooh,
We're doing Bad Blood. We're doing Bad Blood after this. I'll have to pull it up, but it'll be all right. And lastly, the undisputed WWE title match. John Cena defeating CM Punk in 26 minutes and 17 seconds with 221 votes. Isaac, what are you thinking?
Going right back to the 5'9".
He's going to the 5'9". Jacob, what are you thinking?
5.3.
5.3. It is 6.17. So Isaac will take that one. I will pull up Bad Blood real quick because I'm interested to see if that changed.
So I remember it was disproportionately high when we first looked at it.
Yes. We also just actively got upset with that match. And we did.
I'll be right back real quick.
Yep, that's fine. I will do some editorializing. Yeah, so go and listen to the episode 2 of the podcast, number 1. But you can also subscribe on YouTube, on Spotify, to this podcast if you like what you hear. We do all sorts of stuff on this podcast. We talk about toys, we talk about movies, we kind of just talk about whatever we want. It usually ends up in a wrestling-based tangent.
Yeah, obviously we quite enjoy talking about wrestling, so
we're big wrestling guys.
That tends to happen.
It does tend to happen. It's something that I think we've talked about in the past that we need to work on, but it's cool. We enjoy wrestling and that's what we want to talk about. So,
This podcast is all about guys being dudes.
Exactly. And we had an excellent time in Grand Rapids, watching SmackDown. Thank you to the WWE, for not making the tickets so insanely expensive that we couldn't go. That being said, I'm still buying time. Lots of good things. We're not 100% sure what we're doing for the next episode, but I'm campaigning for top 5 movies.
I could join you on that campaign. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't.
Next episode,
as long as we pivot away from the wrestling a little bit.
Which we will, hopefully, or at least we'll talk about the movies first.
Yeah.
We will talk next episode about our top 5 movies. We'll do it very similar to our top 5 video games. You'll get an explanation from each one of us after presenting them, and then we'll just talk about them, and it'll be fun. It'll be great.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Sorry.
Yeah, we were just saying that we're probably going to do top 5 movies next time. So start thinking about your list. And you too should start thinking about your list for under the comments section of that
I'll write that down.
When it comes
I got a few in mind.
I've got a few in mind. I think I have some ideas. There's some stuff going on. But,
I know my top 3, so
I can name a few that are probably in the top 5, but it's going to be hard to pick an order. Yeah, it's going to be hard to pick an order.
Find out what we picked next episode.
Indeed.
Keep your notifications on. Subscribe to the YouTube. Subscribe, or I guess it's follow on
Whatever
Spotify. Also, make sure you are keeping in touch with the Instagram and the Twitter.
Yeah, we're posting
we do also
toy pictures on there now.
Yeah, we had posted last episode's toy pictures. I'd imagine we'll do something similar coming up here for this one as well.
Absolutely. There's a really cool picture of a YOLO Park Transformers Starscream on the Instagram right now. It's pretty cool.
Pretty neat.
Pretty cool. All right. that brings us to maybe the last round. We might do one more after this if we feel frisky. Of the WWE Bad Blood 2024, taking place in October 5th, 2024 in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. It opened with the Hell in a Cell match between CM Punk and Drew McIntyre, which went 31 minutes, 23 seconds. All of these matches, by the way, do have Wrestling Observer newsletters, so you guys do have an opportunity for some extra points here. This game could go to anybody because Isaac's got 13 points. Jacob's got 8 points. This could go to anybody because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 available points plus the 2 from the show itself. Are we ready, boys?
Points on the line.
A lot of points on the line. Make or break game here.
Make or break. I gotta get a streak going.
We got to roll here. Let's see. The Hell in a Cell match between CM Punk and Drew McIntyre. What a great match. 31-23 when it comes to the time with 1,132 votes. What did the people give it? Isaac, Champion's Advantage, because I forgot who went first the last time.
I did too. 9.2.
He says 9.2. Jacob, what do you think?
8.7.
8.7. Isaac's going to take the point. It is 9-4-6.
Whoa.
What
I'm
an
impressed.
excellent match. And finally, or not finally, what did Dave Meltzer give it out of his star ratings? Jacob, you first.
5.25.
He says 5.25. Isaac?
You went 5 flat.
Isaac does get the point. He did go 5 flat.
I knew that one.
I was
I
hoping
felt like I was cheating a little bit.
I was hoping it's going to be one of those where he just break his barrier.
That's a good one to break the scale on, but WWE.
But it doesn't involve Will Ospreay or Kenny Omega, so he wouldn't.
Yeah,
Exactly. That brings us to the more controversial among us. The WWE Women's Title match. Nia Jax retains against Bayley in 14 minutes and 12 seconds. My gosh, yeah, that match felt like an eternity with 488 votes. Isaac, what are you thinking?
So I would personally put it at like a 1.2.
Right.
But cage match, put it, that
1.2.
Don't tell me real quick. Don't tell me you know these.
that one I don't know. No.
Okay. All right. Because if you know these, we got to do another one.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay,
I just
all
knew
right.
the 5-star match.
That's fine.
And I just know that we've played this game before. Shout out Squid Game Season 2. For this match specifically, cage match has a higher opinion. I'm going to go 6-2.
Isaac goes 6-2. Jacob?
I'm going to go 6-6.
Jacob goes 6-6. Isaac's going to take it. It is 5.12. I think that they finally came around to our thinking.
Finally, maybe they watched that Rana off the middle rope back.
That actively made me mad. Do you remember that?
Oh, good grief.
So incidentally, Jacob, what did Dave give it? What did Dave Meltzer give it?
Ooh, 3.25.
Oh wow. Okay. He said 3.25. Isaac, what do you think?
That's not a good sign.
2.25.
It is 1.75. So Isaac is going to take that point as well.
Good man. I don't agree with Meltzer a lot, but
Yeah, it was a
he's
rough
2 for
one.
2 so far.
Yeah, that one was a rough one. That brings us to Damian Priest defeating Finn Balor in 12 minutes, 50 seconds, and I completely forgot that this match happened. 497 votes. Jacob, what are we thinking? I'm switching it up.
Go go with 7 flat.
He says 7 flat. Isaac?
5.6.
5.6. Gosh. Dog it. Mental. Math. Isaac's closer. It is 6. 6.01.
This is really hurting my chances of winning.
We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. Yeah, the rest of this game is just for fun. But that's okay. Because what did...
Is there any way I can cast negative 40 points on Isaac? Or...
Lay down. Take the defeat.
Lay down.
Give up.
I conjure negative 450 points. Or
Wait, Garrett, with the money in the bank, cash in.
I choose Pot of Greed to get 3 additional points.
Oh my
Garrett makes it a triple threat using his money in the bank.
And I summon Pot of Greed. 3 additional points to my deck.
I got distracted flipping a bottle cap that's on my desk. What?
Hey, me too.
I
Isaac.
think it's me on Meltzer Stars for Priest.
Yes, it is. I knew that we were there. I didn't know who was picking. Isaac, Meltzer Stars
3
for Priest Valor.
3 1/4.
Okay. Jacob.
This is the... Which one is it? Is the 5 stars?
This is Damian Priest, Finn Balor. Yes, this is the star rating.
Okay. 3.75.
It is 3 1/4. So Isaac does take that one as well.
From the logo.
Yeah, logo.
All right. WWE Women's World Title. Rhea Ripley defeating Liv Morgan, the champion, via DQ with Dominic Mysterio shenanigans in a shark cage. 1432, 518 votes. What are we thinking here, Isaac?
Oh man, the start was actually pretty good, but the ending was absolutely diabolical. 4.3.
All right, Jacob.
3.8.
Jacob does take that one. It is 3.4. It is a low one. It is a low one.
I knew that one was kind of rough. I mean, it sounded good in theory, but in practice, it wasn't there.
Indeed.
And it was okay until Dom fell out of the shark cage.
Dom fell out of the shark cage, which was a good spot. Raquel appears. Doesn't do what she... The botch was that the referee saw it.
Right, and it wasn't one of those where...
And the move didn't hit.
He saw it.
Right.
She saw it. I don't remember who was reffing that one.
Yeah, I can't remember, but the ref saw the thing and it just killed the match. It wasn't good. It's not good.
And then they still tried to run with the spot of Raquel dragging Liv's lifeless body over Rhea.
Right, which was weird. Yeah. No, I remember that now. But what did Dave give it, Jacob? Like I know the guy personally, Dave Meltzer.
This guy Dave, my buddy Dave.
This guy Dave gave it a 1.75.
1 1/4. All right.
I was going 1.5.
1 3/4. That's what I got.
Jacob gets that point. He gave it 2.
Wow.
So here's an interesting little thing here. So the cage match score for the Rhea Morgan match was less than the Nia Bailey match, but Meltzer gave Rhea and Liv 2 stars and Nia and Bailey 1 3/4. Very interesting. Anyway,
very interesting.
That brings us to the main event. Bonus point. What was the main event of this pay-per-view?
I know it.
Buzzers.
Oh, okay. Where's my puppy?
Darn it!
Isaac.
What?
Am I gonna have to censor that? I can't tell if it came through.
I don't know if it came through either.
I'm writing down the time, and if it came through, I'm gonna have to bleep that. Which is fine.
I didn't. I totally just. How about we just redo the spot, and then you can just cut that bit out.
Sure. Buzzers. For what's the tag team match? 5, 4. Hit your buzzers as soon if you know it after I get to 1. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Isaac.
This was Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns versus Solo and Jacob Fatu in a tag
Yes, it
match.
was. Yep, that was it. What did the people give it? 540 votes.
The people. Oh, okay.
Sorry, no, good. Sorry, go ahead.
I was like, sure, if you want to go, you can.
No.
The people gave this a 6-1.
And Jacob, what did the people give it?
They gave it 6.8.
Isaac does take it. He's closer. It is 6.43. Yeah, that math.
You were close, yeah. You were close on that one.
Indeed. And finally, the Wrestling Observer thingy mabobber star rating for that match is Jacob.
I'm gonna go with 3.5 or 3.25.
3.25. Isaac.
I was going 3.5, so.
He was going 3.5. It is 4.25.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
He liked that
Interesting.
match, evidently. And just for funsies, what's the overall event, Jacob?
Overall event is gonna be 7 even.
7 even, Isaac?
5-6.
5-6. It is 6.34. I'm mathing. I think Jacob takes that one.
What did he say?
7.
7. Yeah, and I said 5-6.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he takes that one.
Yeah, I think he barely takes that.
Yeah, brain
Like by
fried. It's 1 a.m. This is the end of the game.
by a few decimal points.
Yeah. So, Isaac, congratulations. You did win the non-title match.
Congrats.
Turning on my heel persona again.
And still.
Indeed.
Stay down.
Uh,
Final warning.
yeah. So yeah, that was the game of this week's podcast that was made on the spot. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We might do some more cage match game. I always like the cage match game. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
If you
Come
can think of
SummerSlam
any
special.
Oh, yeah. If you can think of any events that you think should appear on the next cage match game whenever we decide to do it, let us know in the comments below. And while you're down there, like,
Yes, please.
share, subscribe. Share us with your friends and subscribe for more. Turn on that little bell for the notifications.
Ring that bell
if you're on-
icon.
yeah, if you're on
Ring it.
YouTube, do that. You see, we've had a great influx of subscribers and views and
Members,
whatnot, and it's
Highest subscriber numbers in podcast history.
we just logged another entry on the bingo card, and yeah. That's what we're doing. And
yeah,
follow our
hopefully
socials too.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Isaac, what are the socials again?
All right. So
there's another bit for the
Twitters-
bingo card that
Indeed.
Garrett does not know what the socials are.
because I'm the only one that ever does anything with it. So the Twitter/X/ whatever you want to call that thing anymore is at DisplayShelf Pod, and Instagram is at DisplayShelf Podcast. I do have some ideas going forward to start posting some clips and or other stuff. So you'll want to make sure you pay attention to that.
Oh my. Have we gotten to the point where we are becoming a video podcast? Why am I so pixelated? That's insane.
Y'all got any more of them pixels?
Right. We might get to that point. Who knows? It's only one way to find out, and that's to subscribe.
And also, go listen to episode 2.
That's a good idea. I like that idea.
Now that we've finished this episode,
yeah, now go and do it. Now's
a good time.
It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. And that brings us to the end of the podcast. We will see you next time.
Hope you enjoyed this special Display Shelf trip episode, and we'll catch you next time for our top 5 movies.
So yeah, stay tuned in. We got a lot in store next time around. It's going to be a great episode. Keep those notifications on.
Do it.
And
Bye-bye.
goodbye.